Ayy, all work, no pleasure. I ain't here to make friends, big stepper. Ayy, bad guy, Heath Ledger. Ready for wherever, I'll be front and center. Don't fly too close to the sun, your body chopped up by propellers. Came in arrogant, but left out in a stretcher. Fuck the comparison, y'all know y'all couldn't replicate it. Chilling in the desert, I'm good under pressure.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, show 'em what we bout.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, fuck what they was talking about. All work, no pleasure. I ain't here to make friends, big stepper. Ayy, bad guy, Heath Ledger. Ready for wherever, I'll be front and center. Quick to sever, however, whoever. Raining from above, we shooting down through your umbrella. Ayy, getting fed up, nothing you could tell us. Snapping every shot I take, just wait till it develops.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, show 'em what we bout.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, fuck what they was talking
Stick
about.
around when we hold it down, look at what we found. From the ground with me to the clouds, never coming down. Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, fuck what they was talking about.
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Good morning. I forgot to put my background up. I hope everybody is having an amazing day. Today we are going to go over the third interview if we're going in chronological order, which is going to be Jennifer Soto's video interrogation. I do have an email I need to check. My lovely mod sent me another interview. So I'm going to start this interview right now while my children are finishing getting their breakfast. It's kind of loud right now. And I'm going to check my email that my lovely mod sent me and see if there's something else we need to look at real quick. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And let's get started.
With all kinds of people still. Told me. My name's Kevin. I work for the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I know you've met Detective Smallwood from the The goal, obviously, Kissimmee Police Department's doing most of this investigation. We're at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Our people, we have resources out there, obviously doing active. So it's kind of a joint effort. So Detective Smallwood's kind of, we're going to read through the timeline of everything else. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're going to go from there. All right.
You want me to go through the whole timeline?
Yeah, we'll start with Sunday. Take me through Sunday.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to try to pull up this interview that my mod sent me yesterday. It's just a 4-minute interview real quick. It's from True Crime News. And it kind of, from what I saw from the first couple seconds of it, it was giving an overview kind of the case. So we're going to check that out real quick. And then we'll get back to...
On a scene, 13-year-old Madeline Soto.
Then we'll get back to Jennifer Soto's interrogation. So this is going to be from True Crime News. Please give them, let me show you their thing. please give them a like and subscribe. This is their channel. It's called True Crime News. Give them a like and subscribe for this video. The video is called Madeline Soto allegedly shared a bed. My rabbit's being a terror this morning. Madeline Soto allegedly shared a bed with mom's boyfriend who's suspected in her disappearance. So this is going to be from before they found the body.
911, what's the location of your emergency? I'm reporting a missing child.
It's near midnight in Kissimmee, Florida, and more than 15 hours since anyone has seen 13-year-old Madeline Soto alive.
I went to pick her up from school today, and she never came out.
Okay, what's her name?
Madeline
Last name?
Soto. I said to you.
Patrol knocks on doors and conducts canine searches of the nearby neighborhood, but the trail comes up cold.
We're gonna pull one more and then we're gonna have the dog sniff it out again and see if we could get another track going.
Little do they know, they are speaking to the future prime suspect. By morning, Maddie's search is taken over by the Orange County Sheriff's Department. They question Madeline's mom, Jen, about the last time she saw Maddie.
Boy, if I didn't already know the outcome of this investigation, the suspense would be killing me right now.
I didn't get home until 10:30, and then at 11 I sent them to bed.
Them meaning Madeline and Jennifer's longtime ex-boyfriend, Stephen Stearns.
Is it normal for both of them to sleep in the same room? Sometimes. When I really need a good night's sleep, I will send them upstairs.
Police learned that Stearns had lived with Jen and co-slept with the teenaged Maddie. It was all going on for years until Stearns broke up with Jennifer and moved back with his parents months earlier.
I was very vigilant for the first few years of how he would interact with her and what he would do, and I would question if anything was weird, but nothing ever was truly weird.
But when detectives find a lock and chain and a gun and ammo in the room Maddie and Stephen shared, they begin to question everything.
So you guys have a pretty good relationship.
Definitely a very strong bond. This girl knows nothing but love here in this house.
Stephen admits to detectives that he was the last person to see Maddie alive. He claims he dropped her off a few blocks from school that morning.
When I hear him say that, I've heard him say it a couple of times. This girl knows nothing but love here in this house. It makes me sick. Okay, so Jenny said, is this Jay's interrogation for March 1st? I believe the next one is when she mentions Woody Allen on 229. Okay, I don't know if I have that one. Send me an email, Jenny, with that one. Because I'm doing like the 3 that I have. So what I had was the audio interrogation, and then the one that I thought was next would have been Stefan's, which we did, and then the next one I have is the video interrogation. If there's one in between here, well, yeah, it would probably be the audio from the police, and I do have that, but I haven't made a background. So let me see what I can pull up.
Morning. But when they check his phone's location history, they notice something strange.
I noticed that you don't have anything before this morning. Is that unusual?
No, it's a new phone. Stupid. I went to do an update yesterday morning, and I managed to factory reset my phone and lose all of my contacts, all my information.
Skeptical Orange County sheriffs immediately request a warrant to search Stefan's phone. When the warrant comes back, a disgusting discovery. Detectives find over 1,700 homemade pornographic images of Maddie being abused for years. Stearns' face and body parts are also visible. When police match Stearns' license plates to public surveillance cameras, more details emerge.
Madeline was visible in that vehicle.
They see Stearns driving with Maddie in the opposite direction he told police. Maddie's head is abnormally slumped. She doesn't move the entire ride. when Stearns pulls over in a remote parking garage. More video catches him taking Maddie from the front seat and putting her in his trunk.
We believe she was already dead at that time.
Stearns is immediately arrested on child sexual battery and child pornography charges. 24 hours later, in a rural part of nearby St. Cloud, in a grove of bamboo trees.
We sent our units out here and we did discover what appears to be a body.
Police find Maddie. Her cause of death? Strangulation.
I didn't see that presser. We'll have to try to find that presser where they tell the public that her body has been found.
Stephen Stearns is immediately charged with first-degree premeditated homicide and will soon face trial. Stearns has been denied bond while awaiting trial. Meanwhile, prosecutors have announced that they intend to pursue the death penalty. They also suspect others may be involved in Madeline's disappearance. Stearns was allegedly sending emails to unnamed persons of interest. Police say there could be additional charges coming. No charges have been filed against Madeline's mom, but the investigation continues. We'll keep you updated.
Oh, so that goes back to what we were talking about yesterday with the missing hard drive and all the photos he had that we think he might have been selling to people. So so I have audio files that have like Jennifer referencing the Woody Allen effect and like all of the stuff we just saw pictured in that little clip it. And I'm going to work on getting those together. I think I'm going to try to get everything together and make like a background so we have something to look at while we're listening to those. So while this might not be the next one in chronological order, I'm going to go over this one today because it's the next interrogation I have out of the 3 files I was sent from Kissimmee. So pertaining to that, it would be the next one in chronological order. And I will work on all the audio files that have no video with them, getting those in order for us and putting a background on them. And we'll go through that tomorrow, hopefully. There's like 20 files, so it'll take me a minute to get all of them in order, but I will work on doing that just to make sure we have the correct timeline, and we can listen to all that audio. I do want to put something behind it, like, make the backgrounds like I did for Jennifer's audio interrogation so that we have something to look at. I try to put pictures of Madeline with flowers so we can remember what this case is all about. So I'm going to go ahead and play this so we can listen to this, and I'll give you my thoughts and opinions on this whole situation.
Sunday. Here's a tissue.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, grab some.
So at this, she knows about the photos. This is March 1st. She knows about the photos. I'm not. Yes, this would have been.
I can give you this whole roll.
1 or 2 days after they arrested Stearns. Give me a second and I'll give you the exact number.
Birthday party. She spent the whole day at my mom's house. They celebrated with the whole family. I was at work. I just started a new job last week or the week before.
Okay. Where's that at?
Walt Disney World at Coronado Springs, front desk concierge.
Okay.
I was finishing up my last day of.
So Stearns have just gotten arrested last night. And it looks like by the clock on the wall, it is like 2:53 p.m. And this is the next afternoon after Stearns got arrested.
No, it wasn't even my last day of training. I was still in the middle of training. Sunday in the middle of training, I couldn't miss to go to her birthday party. So I went to work. I was with my family all day. She had the best day. She was so happy when I got home and I saw her. At my house around 8:30 that night. I wasn't home. She got dropped off alone. About 10 to 15 minutes later, Stefan showed up.
At your house in Kissimmee?
At my house in Kissimmee, he called me. Or he texted me, I'm not sure. But he let me know he was there and that she was getting ready for bed. She was doing her routine. So she took her nighttime meds and she got in the shower to get ready for bed.
What meds? What does she take?
She takes hydroxyzine.
Okay. What is it for?
It's for anxiety and for sleep.
Okay.
Now, could she take that by herself, or would he have given that to her?
I think she took it by herself. She got home and she had already taken it.
How do you know that?
That's what he told me.
That's what he told you. Okay.
He was there when you got home? You got home, they were already at the apartment? Okay.
Listen to that. She like stopped crying and got snappy. That's what he told me. There's so much evidence pointing to the fact that she cared for Stefan more than she cared for Madeline. We're going to see it here. It's really important to remember that she has just been hit with everything and knows everything that he's been doing to her child that she claims to supposedly not have known beforehand.
I don't like her taking her meds without somebody visually seeing, watching her, because I don't want her to accidentally grab the wrong pill. She's comfortable enough to grab the pill while, but I'm like, no, I need to watch you take them.
Has there ever been an issue with that in the past where she took too many or took the wrong thing? Or just like a thought in your mind?
No, just a thought in my mind, just me being hypervigilant. I want to physically watch her take her meds and watch her grab two, take them. I don't ever want there to be an accident of she took too many or she took. My biggest fear is that she would take Adderall by accident, her daytime meds.
Got it.
I got home around 10:30. I started getting ready.
Sorry, I pulled up what hydroxyzine is, so I'm going to share that real quick so we can look for the medical properties. So hydroxyzine is a medication. It's an antihistamine. It can treat anxiety, nausea, vomiting, allergies, skin rash, hives, and itching. It can also be used with anesthesia before medical procedures. Says, avoid alcohol. It's a first generation antihistamine. So again, it's like Benadryl. What is hydroxyzine mostly used for? Hydroxyzine is used to help control anxiety and tension caused by nervous and emotional conditions. It can also be used to control anxiety and produce sleep before surgery. This medicine is also used to relieve symptoms of allergic conditions like chronic urticaria and atopic and contact or dermatosis. We'll check. Is it like Xanax? Hydroxyzine, Vistaril. That's what I was on. They gave me hydroxyzine when I was pregnant. For anxiety. Yeah. Now this was back in like the 2000. I would have been pregnant 2009, 2010. So I don't know like what the side effects are now, but I know it's not very strong. So it says hydroxyzine and aprolazam, which is Xanax, are two commonly prescribed anti-anxiety medications. Both medications kick in quickly and share some common side effects, such as drowsiness and dry mouth. Xanax or aprolazam, especially in high doses, can be habit-forming, but hydroxyzine does not have that risk. And then, is it a sleeping pill? Is it a strong sleeping pill? Hydroxyzine can have a sedative effect and help you sleep. However, it's not typically prescribed to treat primarily insomnia. It can be used to treat anxiety, which can cause insomnia, and is also known to help with sleep disturbances caused by PTSD or, I want to say, cirrhosis. All right, so let's get back to the video interrogation.
For bed myself, I started eating and taking my meds because I have to take meds. When I went to take my meds, I realized, oh my God, I forgot to take my Saturday night's meds, which is why I felt so weak.
By the way, she references Adderall. Adderall is a stimulant. Let me say, I'm not a doctor, okay, but like they give it to people who have attention deficit hyperactive disorder or ADHD. It is a stimulant, so it's like it's weird. It's like for people who don't have ADHD, it would make them hyper, stay up all night, give them energy. Okay, but for people who do have ADHD, things like that have the opposite reaction. I have kids that have ADHD, and giving them coffee actually calms them down. So I don't do pharmaceutical medications like that. That's just a personal choice though for them. But people who do take Adderall, like if you don't have ADHD, it's going to stimulate you. If you do have ADHD, it's going to calm you down and help you focus. Um, if she's having trouble sleeping, I don't understand why you would be prescribing Adderall. Like, I feel like there could be another medication other than Adderall, which is a stimulant and also habit forming, that you could have given her when the symptoms with sleep issues started appearing. But again, I'm not a medical doctor.
Weird and so abnormal and not myself Sunday while I was at work. Everyone at work noticed I was acting different and not being myself. Like I couldn't smile in front of the guests. I felt this wave of depression that I haven't felt in years. It was my bipolar symptoms coming up again that I've been medicating myself for all this time. I realized I forgot to take my meds, and I said, "You guys, I need a good night's sleep. I need to take my meds." I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep.
That is so selfish to me. My mod Jim brought up when we looked at the pictures of where Madeline slept, and brought up the fact that Jennifer could have just put Madeline's bed in her room. Okay. And then there, if you need a good night's sleep, Madeline is in her own bed in your room. So she's not alone. And the issue of her not having somebody there when she goes to sleep or sleeping in the bed with her mama or whatever is solved because she's in her own bed in the room with you. And her being in her own bed is going to keep her from waking you up. But again, you're taking sleeping medications and people are claiming to have issues waking you up. So I don't really understand how Madeline's waking you up by moving around in your bed. But there's so many other avenues you could have taken before sending that child upstairs to sleep in a bed with a grown-ass man, a twin bed at that. I think it was a full bed, if I'm being honest, what I saw in the pictures. But I've heard it was a twin bed.
Suggested that we all sleep together in the same bed together, but not the easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks. We have a king size bed and she typically sleeps on one side and she'll end up on my side when we wake up.
Okay.
So I asked her, I'm like, no, please, I need a good night's sleep. If you guys can go upstairs and let me sleep. I had asked Stefan to take her to school in the morning.
We'll go to Sunday. So Sunday you took your meds. What meds, if you don't mind me asking, what meds do you take? And like, how does it put you to sleep deep? Does it help you fall asleep or does it help regulate you? What kind of happens when you take the meds?
So they do all of the above. They make me sleepy. They help me stay asleep and they help me function. So I'm stable all day. They only work well if I've got a good night's sleep and if I've eaten with them the night before when I take them, or the night I take them. The medication is called Geodon. generic brand is called Ziprazidone. I took my meds.
I'm just talking away. I'm sorry. Jen, this interview is going to be March 1st, 2024. I was saying earlier, I do have all the audio files from the police, and I'm going to try my best to put them in chronological order. I don't know that they're dated, so I'm going to have to just see what fits where and try to do the best research I can. And I'm going to get some video overlays to put behind it and upload that video of all the audio files and hopefully what I can assume to be chronological order. I want to get some kind of overlay to put in the back like I did with Jennifer Soto's audio interrogation. So we have something to look at while we're listening to all of those audio interrogations, instead of just looking at my little camouflage media player screen that's really boring. And I try to do pictures of Madeline with like flowers and things so that we can remember who this case is about. So I'm going to work on that today and try to get as much of it done as I can. And I'll have at least part of it ready to go for tomorrow. I don't know how long of a video that would be. I'm sure it would definitely be a couple of hours. So I'm going to work on that and at least have part of it ready by tomorrow of all the audio files, and then try to work on getting everything in order and at least stating, that the video interview happened at this point, and then at this point is when this audio happened that we're about to listen to, and do something like that. And again, that'll be tomorrow. I'm going to work all day today when I get off the live, getting all of that in order and ready with the overlays behind it so we have something to look at while we listen to all of those. I don't think that they're out on YouTube either. I haven't seen a lot of them. So that'll be good to get out and put out for you guys to hear without my commentary.
And then I told them to start getting ready for bed, to start heading upstairs and get ready because it was already almost 11 o'clock. It's past her bedtime. She needs to go to sleep. So I sent them upstairs. I think he may have come down at one point to pee before bed, and then he went back upstairs. He uses my restroom because the roommates upstairs don't want to share a restroom with a male.
Okay.
Yeah, so he uses my restroom. Sorry, where did I
You're fine. Sunday night he came downstairs, maybe overnight to use the restroom.
Yeah, and then he went back upstairs and they went to sleep. Or where I think they went to sleep.
Okay.
I went to sleep. I was woken up at some time. For the longest time, I've been saying he woke me up at 8 o'clock in the morning because I assumed he was taking her to school and getting ready for school. But in reality, I don't know what time he woke me up. The sun was out a little bit. It was still a little dark. And I was very sleepy when I got up. I was kind of drunk. But he came in to walk the dog, to put the leash on the dog and walk him.
Was the dog in the room with you?
Yes.
So did he wake you up on purpose, or was it just kind of like the causation of him opening the door and you realizing somebody was there?
Yeah, the causation of him putting the leash on the dog, because the way the dog reacted, he gets very nervous and will urinate if you put the leash on him too directly. You have to be nice and talk to him. Yeah, he's a very he's a nervous dog. Yeah. So
this part brought some insight, because if the dog is getting so stressed out when you're putting the leash on it, that it's urinating on the floor, like that means that the dog is scared of you putting the leash on it aggressively. So who's been putting the leash on the dog so aggressively that the dog is now permanently scared to death, or scared to the point that it urinates itself when you're putting the leash on it? That was a question I had when I heard that.
I got up to try to help him, and he said, no, go back to sleep. I'm fine. I got this. And I said, are you sure? He said, yeah. So I laid back down and went to sleep. I heard noise in the kitchen.
Like, is that normal? For him to aggressively tell you, no, I got this, to go back to sleep. You didn't find anything weird about it? Is this a normal thing?
But I'm not sure who it could have been getting ready. But it could have been Stefan. It could have been any of my roommates. I fell asleep again, and I didn't wake up, I think, until 9 o'clock in the morning.
Did you ever leave the bedroom in that time frame?
No.
So he came in, you were kind of awoken up based on him interacting with the dog, but you stayed in bed, you didn't leave the bedroom. So if you woke up at like 9, so you never.
Yes, that is correct, Jenny. And I stated earlier, I didn't state about the car, but she says by this interrogation, Jennifer had already seen the photos of Madeline and Stefan's car, where the police claimed, where she said Madeline's sleeping, and the police said, does that look like sleeping to you? You know, basically saying, because it don't look like sleeping to me. And she had also yesterday, the day before this interview, been shown the actual photos of Madeline and Stefan that she claims not to have known about.
That morning.
Monday morning.
No.
So the last time you would have been Sunday evening?
Sunday.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I want to see her. Yeah.
Take a minute. Okay? While you take a minute, I was going to ask you earlier, has anybody reached out to you during the time that you've been investigating this to talk about had anything else? Negative, positive, neutral?
My best friends have all been in contact with me just to try to help me. There's like, setting up Facebook groups, flyers,
No negative interactions with the public or anything? Nobody's like reached out with tips or accusations or anything like that?
not that I've seen. I've been avoiding social media because my family's telling me to not go on.
Would you be okay with our digital people looking at your phone to verify there's no stuff coming into socials, text, things like that?
That's fine.
Do you have the phone?
Yeah.
What they'll do is they'll plug it in, they'll do a forensic download of it so they have the data. That way they can go through it and say, we did receive things, we didn't receive things, here's the communications in and out, things like that, so we can verify that for you.
That's fine.
Do you have a password on it?
030288.
030288.
I just noticed something. Password 030288. More than likely, that's a birthday. Okay. Me as a parent, and I'm sure a lot of other parents out here, I have my child's birthday is a lot of one of my children's birthdays is a lot of my passcodes. People will use them as pin numbers on cards. Like, again, that sounds like it's probably her birthday to be the year 1988, showing that you care more about yourself than your child. I mean, and I'm not saying necessarily, but I'm just saying, like, statistically, more people would have the password of their child, like the birthday of their child, because that's a memorable date. That's your baby's birthday. Like I said, for me, some of my passwords are one of my children's birthdays. I have several children, so different birthdays for different cards and different phones and things like that, but it's my children. It's not me. Like, her phone password is her birthday. I'm important. It's me that's important. Jenny said the password is her birthday, and she cries how it's her worst birthday ever, but she didn't care about her daughter's birthday. That's right, because we know that she didn't even go to the birthday party. I understand that she had just gotten a job that, according to Chris at Stearns and his wife, she was probably going to lose in the next 2 weeks. But yeah, you're crying about how it's going to be the worst birthday you ever had, disregarding Madeline's birthday, the fact that you weren't even there, all the shit Madeline's going through, the fact that your child is dead. I'm not sure she said that before she knew she was deceased, but never mind all that. You're going to have the worst birthday. Again, pointing out the me. It's about me, my. When she said, I can't handle your feelings right now. Again, me, I'm important. Me, I'm the one, not my child. Pisses me off.
Is that a birthday?
My birthday.
It's your birthday?
Yeah.
My birthday's tomorrow.
See?
Right.
Today's the first. I didn't even know.
She said, my birthday's tomorrow and, yeah, your birthday's tomorrow. And she said, today's the first, and she's crying. I didn't even know. So I should have let it play because this might be the part that Jim was talking about.
This is the worst birthday ever.
Yep. I couldn't catch the mumbling, but yeah, the worst birthday ever. So she hasn't found out that Madeline's dead yet, but she's been hit with the CSA pictures. But it's her worst birthday. The code to her phone is her birthday, not your baby's, but yours. Again, me, my, I. Number one on my, me, my. That's Jenny's life. Jennifer's life here.
Then we can get that going so we can get it back to you before we're out of here. We don't keep it from you.
Okay.
So you said about 9 o'clock on Monday, you wake up?
Yeah. I wake up. I have a doctor's appointment. I leave sometime between 9:30 and 9:45. And I head over there. It's blood work appointment. The appointment's for 10:15, but they take a while to see me.
Where was your appointment at?
LabCorp. And do you want me to tell you exactly which one?
Sure.
Oh wait, I'm on my phone.
When we get it back, we'll go back to it.
It's, if you need to Google it, it's the LabCorp across the street from the Loop in Kissimmee.
Okay, got it.
Had my appointment. I finished there sometime between 11:15. Then I headed home. When I got home, Stefan was there. I had talked to him a little bit earlier while I was waiting for my blood work appointment. And
Let's take a minute to just thank Jen here, my mod. She's so amazing. So she let us know that during this interrogation, a press conference is later being held, and that's when the tip of Stefan changing the tire comes in. So they find Maddie later on the same day that this interrogation is being had. That's why she's so amazing. Thank you, Jenny. Best mod ever.
and he let me know, oh, I'm so sorry, I left my phone at home by accident. School, everything went great. She got up super early, got up really quick. She slept most of the way in the car. I asked her multiple times if she wanted McDonald's, but she said no.
because that was the plan, was that they were gonna stop at McDonald's that morning and go get breakfast.
Okay.
He said that he had gone to the vape shop and they were closed and they didn't open. So he waited there for a while and left, and then said he was gonna go back later. When I saw him at the house, everything was normal. We were chatting, we were talking. He was acting normal. He was sitting in my computer chair, just messing around on his phone. While we were hanging out, he mentioned something along the lines of, "Oh man, I've been avoiding this phone update for a really long time. I should probably update it now." And I said, "Do it. Don't avoid it. Just get it over with." And he updates his phone and then tells me, "Oh my God, I don't know what button I just pressed, but I just factory reset my entire phone." And I said, "How the hell does that happen? That gives you options now when you reset your phone?" He goes, "Yeah, apparently I wasn't paying attention and I just pressed the button and it happened." And I said, "Oh, that's unfortunate. That sucks." Later on, he tells me he's going to go back out, and I think this is around 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Still on Monday?
Yes, still Monday. 12:30 in the afternoon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He tells me he's going to go back out. He's going to stop at a few gaming shops, and then he'll meet me at the house at 2:30 so we can get together. He left. I hung out in the house for a while. Just waiting for 2:30 to roll around. 2:30 rolls around, and I'm already calling Stefan, and he's not picking up his phone. 2:30 comes, I leave. About 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from him going, "I just got back home. I left my phone home again. I'm so sorry. How long ago did you leave?" And I said, "About 10 minutes ago." He goes, "I'm so sorry. I missed it. I really wanted to go with you." And I was just like, "It's fine." I figured he wasn't going to make it because when I looked at the time when he left and said he was going to visit 3 shops, I didn't think he had enough time to visit them. He told me while he was gone that he got a flat tire somewhere on 182. The wheel just shredded and fell apart. So he was changing the tire, and it took him a really long time to do it. He said he hurt his thumb while changing the tire, like the frame or something slipped and something pinched his finger, and he ended up having to yank it out. And he said he hurt his finger.
I want to touch on something real quick. When you were calling him, he eventually tells you that he left his phone there. Did you hear the phone at the house?
No. If it was anywhere, it would have been upstairs and I wouldn't have heard it. It would have been in the guest
Do
bedroom.
you typically go upstairs?
Who, me?
Yes.
Only if I'm doing laundry.
That was all. I was just curious if you had heard the phone when you were trying to call him that day.
I didn't. So he tells me all that. I get off the phone with him. I'm waiting. Wait for about an hour and 10 minutes. 4:04, the bell rings, and I'm waiting. I'm the first in line. And she doesn't come out.
You were in your car?
I was in my car, in the car line, yeah. At this point, it's been a few minutes. She should have been out by now, because she's usually one of the first kids out. She knows I'm in the front line. And I'm holding up the line behind me, because there's kids getting in the cars behind and they're all waiting. They can't get around me, right? So I start calling her, forgetting that I have her phone on me. I had found her phone earlier that morning. She had left it at home. And I brought it with me because she does this often. She does leave her phone.
Where was the phone at in the house?
It was on top of the dresser in her bedroom.
Downstairs? I never been in your house.
Downstairs.
Okay.
So, just so you know, I have a 4-bedroom townhouse.
Okay.
The living room has a partition in it, a fake wall kind of thing. That's got her bedroom in it. That's got a bed, a dresser, and a desk on it. Does she sleep there? No. She'll hang out there. She'll use her computer and hang out there. That's her hangout spot. But she primarily sleeps with me every night in my bed. That's because I know the roommates wake up super early in the morning. They're going to be in the kitchen. They're going to wake her up if she's sleeping out in the living room. So I don't.
So your bedroom downstairs.
So again, I question why not just put the bed in your room. I'm going to work on pulling up the the pictures I have of what she calls Maddie's room, because it's sad. It's a disgrace.
Her makeshift bedroom downstairs, guest bedroom upstairs.
Yes. Her dresser, her phone was on her dresser. When I found it, I was like, oh my god, she's putting her phone out. That's great. I brought it with me to the school because I was just gonna yell at her and then just hand it to her so she could have something to do on our way home. 4:10 rolls around and she's still not out, or 4:09. And then at this point, I'm feeling the pressure from the cars behind me. I'm like, okay, they're all full. They're all waiting for me to leave and she's not here yet. So I take off and I'm thinking, maybe I missed her. Maybe I forgot to tell her I was picking her up from school today because I don't know if she knew that I wasn't working. I don't know if she knew if I was off. So I asked, I don't know if I told her that I was going to get her. So I left thinking maybe she walked. That's pretty close to school. If I can't pick her up at school, that's where I tell her to. I drove the path she would have walked. I didn't see her. I got to the office. And she goes, no, it's a little too early. I said, okay. Let me go drive back down and wait along the path she would walk and just wait. And I parked and I waited.
I'm going to share this. I would like to keep the interview playing in the background, but I'm not sure that you would be able to hear it. I don't know if, like, after I click off of it, you can hear it or not. This is Maddie's bedroom. That's the partition wall that separated her bedroom from the kitchen, and this is her bed. When I saw this, I was like, okay, well, at least the little holes are closed in it so that she can get changed. I don't know why my computer likes to be slow when I pull these up. So again, that's her room, but you can see here the sunlight is coming through the holes. So I'm like, why isn't there something behind here, even like there is over here, to make it where you can't see through there? Because if she's changing there and somebody's in the kitchen, they're going to see everything she's got. Like, why? And the fact that you have her room here bothers me too. You could have put it in your room. That would have been what I would have done. Put the bed in her room. Now I understand, like, maybe having the dresser here or the computer as her little quote hangout spot, but she can't be sleeping in there. She can't be changing in there. And I really don't like it. Like, I don't know why you couldn't have put her in the extra room or whatever, or made sure she had a room. Like, why are you renting out? This is Jennifer's room. Why are you renting out rooms to the extent of your own child doesn't even have a room and is sleeping behind a partition wall in the daggum kitchen? I'm going to play this and then I'll pull up the picture of where they show kind of what I'm assuming is what Stephen was doing by placing the phone where he could see under the door. And we'll look at that in just a second. Sorry. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't pull it back up. Let me rewind that so I can, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Let me rewind that so we can hear that, because I'm not sure if you could hear it, because I got something to say about what she just said. I'm glad I did, so I could see that it wasn't playing. So she's going to reference calling one of Madeline's friends.
I waited. I'm not sure how long I waited. Maybe somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes. She still wasn't there, and I looked at the time, and I'm like, okay, she should be back at my mom's office by now. Maybe she took a different path and I didn't see. So I went, no, she's still not here. And I'm like, that's really strange. So I call. I don't know if I text or I call. I think I text her. And I asked, or I called. No, I called her. I asked.
Right here.
And she said, no, she didn't make it to first or second period. And I said, what do you mean? She was dropped off close to the school. She should have been in school. She was not.
Right there. She's talking about calling Madeline's friend and saying, hearing that Madeline's friend's telling her she didn't make it to first or second period. And then her response is, what do you mean she was dropped off by the school? Where was she at? Or dropped off by the church? Why are you telling her friend, what do you mean she was dropped off by the church? Like, that's not, if I was looking for my child and I'm calling her friend and her friend's like, no, she wasn't in first or second period, I'm not going to say, what do you mean? I dropped her off by the church. Like, that's not information you need to make sure somebody knows unless you're trying to cover your ass. Like, it's weird to me that she says that. What do you mean? She was dropped off by the church. My response, and I think the normal response would have been, if I call my daughter's friend and she's like, oh, she didn't make it to first or second period, I'm going to say, are you sure? Are you positive? Like, you're sure you didn't see her today? Not, what do you mean I dropped her off? She was dropped off by the church. Like, her friend doesn't need to know that she was dropped off by the church. Why are you making sure to tell everybody that you talk to she was dropped off by the church? Like, you're making sure to add that detail in every bit of your timeline. Why? I hope that makes sense.
No, she didn't make it to first, second period. I said, please check with the rest of your friends, see if she made it to any of her other periods. At some point in this, I emailed one of her teachers asking, I actually emailed a few of her teachers and two of them responded. One of them said, no, she did not make it to class, and I checked her attendance for the rest of the day. She wasn't in school at all. Like, he sent me a screenshot of like her attendance, and it said 0, 0, 0.
You still have that on the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
If you need to know what app, I'll tell you what app. It's a special school app.
Got it.
He said she was missing all day. And at this point, I start to panic and freak out because that can't be the case. She was dropped off. I had to go check her attendance at school, but the office had closed already. The lights were off. I could see a student sitting in there in the darkness, but I couldn't see any of the administrators or anybody in the office. Lights were off, everything was closed. They wouldn't allow me in. I think at this point the teacher had responded to me and told me she didn't make it to school at all. I start having like a freak out panic attack.
Are you still just you at this point? Is it you and Stefan?
It's me and my sister. And I want to say one of them is Catherine. I start panicking and I think at this point I call Stefan and I tell him, hey, because she didn't make it. She's absent today. There's no attendance of her at all today. I'm like, right now. And he said, okay, I'll be there. And he came to the office. And there for like 3 hours, I think. eventually I contact one of my friends whose husband works or ex-husband works for OCP or for you guys.
Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I messaged him and I talked to him and I asked him what I should be doing because you guys aren't responding quick enough.
Would you know his name? Where he works?
Yes. Nick Mann.
Okay.
Or Mahon.
Do you know what he does here?
I think he works for SWAT.
Okay.
Sure.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
He tell you to wait.
I think he let us know that there were other kids missing in the area, which is why you guys weren't responding quick enough. I think an 8 and a 9-year-old had gone missing around the same time too. In a playground, they forgot to tell. They didn't tell their mom they were going to the playground or something like that. So all the cops were over there on that side of Hunters Creek. My sister's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever he is, thought it would be a good idea to go to the park and talk to a cop there and see if he could bring a cop back, and that's what he did.
Okay.
And then at that point, that's when the cops started asking us questions, taking a report.
Jenny brought up another good point. She says, she tells Stefan Maddie didn't go to school, but didn't question him about the last thing he remembered when dropping her off. What did you see? What did you notice? Didn't question her, just says that she told Stefan Maddie didn't go to school. No other questions, nothing. So again, I mean, I'm going down the path that she knows some kind of extra information. You have to question that at this point.
Interviewing me, they interviewed Stefan. They asked Stefan to take them back to the location where he dropped them off, and he showed them wherever he dropped her off. They were looking for cameras along the path, and I don't think they found any cameras along the way. See if there's any video recordings. I think.
Did Stefan go with them in their patrol cars, or did he drive himself and they followed? How did that work?
I think he went with them in the patrol car.
Okay.
Then they came back. And then that's it. Everything was done. The cops were done. We were done.
What time? You remember what time that was on Monday?
It was after dark. It was at 8 o'clock.
What did you guys go do after that?
We were in separate cars, me and Stefan.
Okay.
I ugly cried on the way home. I shouldn't have been driving. But I ugly cried on the way home, and I went straight home. And then the first thing I did was call Fox 35 News to see if we can air some missing children information out there.
When you say ugly crying, just overly emotional tears, makeup running, or is there what is your meaning of ugly crying?
Sobbing where I couldn't see the road and I shouldn't have been driving, I was swerving.
Makes sense.
So again, aggressive with that, huffing and puffing and referencing ugly crying. I ugly cried. I mean, it could be just the way she speaks in her terminology, but why is it not? I started, the realization that my child was missing hit me, and I started freaking out and hyperventilating and crying. But you're referencing ugly crying. That's something you tell your friend, oh, I got so upset that I ugly cried because he broke up with me. I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird terminology, in my opinion, to use when you're referencing the fact that your child is missing, hitting you, and realizing that you don't know where your child is. To say the term "I ugly cried" is weird to me.
Did Fox 35 come out to your house, or what was their response?
They responded the following day. I think we did a Zoom video interview.
Did Stefan follow you home?
I don't know if he followed me, but he drove home. Yeah.
I mean, was it within a reasonable time when you got there? Like,
Yes. Yes.
okay.
Yes. Drove home. We waited there. We didn't know what to do. I stayed up late. I think I called Fox 35. What else did I do? I think I had to eventually eat and take my medication. He told me he was going to go out cruising that night to go look for her. And I said, I even questioned that. I asked him, are you sure it's a good idea? You should probably sit tight. Let's just wait to see if she comes home. And he said he was going to take a drive out. I had completely forgotten about him wanting to take the drive or that he actually did it. And it wasn't confirmed to me until the following day where agents came to the house and we sat in the car for a good amount of time. And I noticed the chair was adjusted. And I said, did you drive my car? And he said, yeah, remember I said I was going out last night? That's right, you did say that.
Can he tell you where you looked?
I think he said up and down 192. And I said, why there? And he's like, I don't know, I'm just looking. I was just trying to look anywhere. And I'm just like, okay.
Did he say if he found anything or talked to anybody, or just roamed?
Yeah, roamed.
So this is weird. I'm questioning, and my mod might have to correct me. I could be wrong, but if he's driving up 192, is that where he dropped her body off? Like in the woods? Is he going to drop her body off at this point? Because if I recall correctly, the dogs did hit on her car as well. So maybe he had some trace evidence on him from Madeline from going to revisit her body, because at this point, if I'm not mistaken, he's already had the flat tire. So is he going to revisit the body when he takes Jennifer's car out that night to supposedly look for Maddie?
When you were getting ready for bed, you were tired, emotional. Were you falling asleep when he left, or were you already asleep when he left?
I was already asleep when he left.
Okay. Did you sleep downstairs? Yeah. In your bedroom? When you woke up, was he already awake? Or was he still sleeping?
He was asleep in his bedroom upstairs.
The guest bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you take your medication that night?
I did.
How are you sleeping? I'm worried about sleep when your child is missing. That's another question I have.
Or just you. Yes. If you're not together, you're not together. What's the timeline on Tuesday?
Tuesday, he slept. I woke up early and started making phone calls to like the National Hotline for Missing and Exploited Children. I called the number that the sheriff's office had given me to see if they had any information, and they let me know that she was like the what did she say she was? I don't remember what she said her position was, but she had just gotten into the office and was just starting to work on it, so she didn't have anything new for me. Her name was Bonnie Mitchell. I remember that. She asked me to send her some photos. The National Exploited Children's Hotline place asked me for photos as well. I think at this point, I had asked my friends and family to start contacting news outlets to try to get as much attention on this as possible. I had a lot of phone calls coming in, and I was picking all of them up, hoping that any of them could help me. But it ended up being news reporters or people who had seen my phone on my phone number on a flyer and was
trying to give me suggestions. Somebody letting me know that they took flyers all the way to Orlando International Airport and posted them all over the place in case she was being trafficked. They suggested that I go to Amtrak and Greyhound. I had my sister making all these runs for me. I didn't leave the house to do any of this.
Stefan's still asleep.
Yeah. Eventually, reporters come to the house and do an interview. And at this point, Stefan was awake. I did an interview with them. And then Stefan was crying in the background. And I said, Stefan, do you want to do the interview? You can if you want. And he sat in front of the camera and did an interview where he cried.
Do you know which news outlet that was with? I know there's a video on Fox 35 where
With
you
him
guys
sitting-
appeared to be on like a webcam.
Yeah, that was Zoom. He was sitting in the
Zoom.
background for me.
Okay.
I know
But
that
you
one.
had in-person interviews with reporters?
Yes.
You-
I want to say it was Channel 9.
Okay.
Stefan sat in front of the camera and cried. Is he showing remorse? Is he crying out of fear of getting caught? Does he even give a shit about what he's done?
Yeah, Channel 9.
And he spoke to them?
Yes.
Okay.
And he ugly cried in front of the camera too. So he was fucking fake sob crying.
In referencing ugly crying.
So are you saying that now, or do you?
I'm saying that now. I didn't
Okay.
think that at the time. At the time, I thought he was truly heartbroken and not that he had done all this shit to her. Like, I look back at shit now, I'm just like, he was fucking lying. He was fucking faking. What else has he been lying to me about? I know he's like a master liar and manipulator because he's done it to his parents and he's told me and shown me.
What else has he been lying about? I mean, how does it get any worse than that? Than what he's been doing to your child? Like, I mean, if he's lied about that, geez, I mean, I'm not real concerned about anything else he's lied about, except for the fact that she doesn't know that Madeline's dead yet. But like, what else has he lied to you about? What do you mean? That's the worst thing that could like ever happen. It don't, there's no lie that gets worse than that, except that you murdered her.
The lies he's done to his parents. But I don't know why I never thought, not me.
The lies are about money, they're about where he's at, what he's doing, what's he...
Yeah, all that.
To his parents?
Yeah, he's stolen money from his parents. They used to have a few $1,000s hidden in like a closet for emergency fund kind of thing. And during COVID, he stole, like, he wanted RC cars. See, if he wants something, he's going to get it. No matter what. So he wanted RC vehicles.
If he wants something, he's going to get it no matter what. He set his eyes on poor Madeline and wanted her, and he got it. Just like normal for him.
The remote control cars, fancy ones. They were a few $100s. And I'm poor. I know I can't afford it. And he's showing up at home with these things. And I asked him, where are you getting the money from? Because we don't have this money. He goes, oh, my dad. And I said, your dad gave you money? He goes, no, I took some from his closet. And I was like they have an emergency stash? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, he's going to notice money's missing. And he's like, no, he won't. It's so much money in there, he won't notice at all. I've confirmed with Chris later on that he did notice money, but he never asked his son. But I let him know, yeah, he was robbing you and just buying himself toys. He's also lied. Most recently, he lied to his parents about where he would be. He told them he would be at his friend's house playing video or board games or something like that, but in reality, he came all the way to Kissimmee to hang out with us.
Okay. But you guys were together Wednesday? After all the interviews, did he stay Wednesday? Would you? I know
Yes.
we had some detectives go meet you guys Wednesday, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Were you guys in the house together until the detectives came?
Yes.
What kind of happened after the detectives came?
Do you feel like everything starts to get blurry?
Oh, I get it. Trust me. We've been in this office for like 3 days straight.
Yeah, so I just don't remember what day I had conversation with you guys.
Tuesday night, Orange County detectives came out there because I ended up coming out Tuesday night.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember seeing me or not that night.
Okay.
That was the first night we were at the apartment into the nighttime.
Yeah, is that when you guys shut down the house for forensics?
Yes.
Okay. So
tell us about that.
Okay. So earlier that day, I think Detective.
I'm trying to kind of get through this and just pick up on really important parts. Jenny Mamad said he also stole Deborah, so that's the mom's name. I didn't know that. Deborah's deceased father's Rolex a year ago. And that's right, and he sold it.
Detective Hunt came, or somebody came, and asked Stefan for his cell phone. If he would willingly give it up so that they can look at it, or if they would need a warrant. And I remember him saying, should I have asked a warrant? Should I have? And I'm like, no, if you've got nothing to hide, give them your fucking phone. And I think we hung out in the house for a little bit, and then when you guys came in the evening, and you guys told us to wait outside, and we waited in my car, he started getting very anxious and very panicky, going, I want my phone back. I want my phone back. And I said, listen, at this point, it's their phone. It's theirs for fucking ever. I don't give a shit. We will buy you a new phone. It doesn't matter anymore. Whatever they need, they need. Like, let them look at it. And he's like, I just want my phone back. And I'm just like, are you trying to make yourself more suspicious? Because, like, if you were to go demand your phone back right now, that would look suspicious as fuck. Like, what are you doing? I'm thinking he's just getting impatient because he's bored and wants to play on his phone. And at one point, he takes my phone to start playing with it. I give it up. And I said, here, play on my phone. Have fun. Because I think from my phone, he was trying to log into his emails, but he couldn't. Because you need like 2-factor authentication from your own phone.
Logging into his emails, and I'm wondering from the little clip that we saw earlier and the fact that his hard drive is missing, is he logging into these emails to try to delete contacts that he had that he was selling and trading pictures of Madeline with? Is he trying to warn them and let them know that the police have his phone and they could find out what, about them? What is so pressing?
And I'm just like, what are you trying to look at? And he's like, oh, my shipments, my packages. He's addicted to buying shit. That's another thing. Me and his dad couldn't figure out where Stefan was getting money from to buy stuff since he's been unemployed the last 2 months, but he's constantly buying himself packages, buying himself things off of Amazon, buying himself things off the line.
Is this stuff you can confirm, or you think he's doing this?
What?
Buying packages.
I can confirm because I am linked to his Amazon account, okay. And his parents can confirm whatever UPS packages or whatever he's getting at home. But I'm linked to his Amazon account. If you guys have my phone, you'll see whatever shipment. I think most recently I did like birthday party. If you see birthday party stuff, that was me. But everything else, him. He's constantly buying stuff and he doesn't have money. He keeps saying he's got money in his savings, but me and his dad call bullshit because he hasn't had, when he lived with us, he was struggling. His dad was helping him pay his bills, paying his rent, paying his gas, paying his insurance. Stefan was helping us, supporting us by buying food and all that stuff. But I don't know what he did with the rest of his money. And I don't know where he's getting money from now.
Okay. You were telling us that he was trying to log into his emails.
So he's trying to log into his emails on his phone. And I said, 2-factor authentication, you can't do anything. You're just going to have to wait till you get your phone back. What else? We waited in the car. I think at this point, when I noticed that forensics was locking down the house and you guys said we couldn't come back, I told him to call his dad. Because I had a feeling y'all knew something and it was going to come down on him. And I'm just like, they're focusing on the wrong person. They have the wrong person. In my head, I'm convinced you guys are that you had the wrong person. I wanted to think that he was good.
Before we get ahead of that, what is the conversation like between you two when you're in the car?
So she's picking
y'all
up
were in there for
something's wrong. They found something, and she's already trying to get him a lawyer. Why are you trying to get? Well, I'm assuming to get him a lawyer, calling his dad to see what needs to be done. Why are you already trying to get some kind of help or representation for Stephen?
for a good while we were trying to figure things out at your apartment complex or your condo. What's the conversation like inside that car?
I'm trying to think back to what exactly we were talking about. I know I remember late in the like when you guys let us know we couldn't come back, and I called his dad, or we called his dad. I started saying to him, like, I think they're focusing in on you. Like, we need to call your dad, and I think we need to get you a lawyer. I feel like they're focusing on the wrong person. And he kept saying the same thing. He kept repeating what I was repeating. That they're focusing on the wrong person. They're wasting time.
Jenny said she contacted her ex-husband, Stephen Young, to find a lawyer. So I was mistaken with that. Thank you, Jen. I've got craziness going on with the kids right now. Thank you for that.
How did he feel when you said he needs a lawyer?
He didn't believe me. Like, when I told him, like, don't you see forensics is closing down the house? They fucking know something, or there's something, like, they know something. Something's happening. They wouldn't be locking down the house this way if they didn't have suspicions of something. But I wasn't thinking, I don't know why I wasn't thinking him. Like, I was just like, no, they've got the wrong guy. He just kept saying that they have the wrong guy, that they're focusing on the wrong person, and that we're wasting time, and we call his dad. We tell his dad to come down here, and his dad did come down here and met us at a hotel. That was another thing. I don't have that much money. I live off of disability. I couldn't afford to put us up on a hotel. Like, when you guys said that we couldn't return, I was like, I didn't know where to go. I was trying to think if any family member would have a spare room or anything like that, and
she did tell
not that could take the three of us. When I say three of us, I mean him and the dog. And I know at my mom's house we wouldn't have been welcome. My mom does not like Stefan. She's never liked Stefan.
That's another point.
So I knew that
the parents of Jennifer and the parents of Stefan do not like that them two are together. That's another thing that speaks volumes to me, because they already smell the bullshit, in my opinion.
our only option was to go to a hotel, but I couldn't afford it, so we called Chris, and Chris met us at a hotel by Disney,
okay,
off of Western Way, and that's where we went. We got there pretty late. We checked in. I used the restroom, and I was getting ready for bed, or getting, like, laying down in bed probably around 3:30, 3:45 in the morning. And I fell asleep. Stefan was already asleep at this point.
Did you go straight to sleep when you got in, or just kind of drifted off as you were falling asleep? Then you went to the bathroom, and you go straight to bed?
He was already in bed before I went to the bathroom. I was on my phone for a little bit. He was laying in bed snoozing. I went to use the restroom. I was in the restroom for quite a while because I had like a terrible sub. When I came back out, he was asleep. At least I thought he was asleep. But
His dad stayed with you guys?
not in the hotel room. He stayed in a different room on the same floor.
Okay.
The following morning, I wake up, I think around 9 o'clock in the morning, and Stefan's not there. And I remember thinking, he left again without his phone and didn't tell anyone where he was going. That's suspicious as fuck again. Why is he trying to?
But we took his phone, so he got a new phone?
He didn't get the new phone until later that day, where his dad woke up, came to our hotel room, and then handed him a phone.
Okay.
And said, here, have this phone in the meantime until you get your old phone back.
So you're just saying he's out and about with no phone?
Yeah, he's out and about with no phone, so there's no way for us to contact him. There's no way for us to... I didn't know if he even knew how to get back to the hotel. Because I drove that night. He's a little oblivious to when it comes to directions. So I was just like, is he going to even figure out how to get here? But he rolled in around 11:15. Rolled in with a couple.
And we know that he went to Northport and he left the phone on purpose so he could not be tracked. Where did he go? The police asked that a lot too. We'll find out during the court hearing, like when he goes to court and has trial for this. But I'd love to know where he went. It was something to do with Maddie, because otherwise he would have took his phone with him. He purposely left his phone at home or at the hotel room so he couldn't be tracked, or so he thought.
Wawa and said, oh, I'm so sorry, I was just driving around. I grabbed some Wawa on 182 and got lost. I didn't know how to get back to the hotel, but I'm here now. And I'm just like, detectives are about to show up. What the fuck would have happened if they showed up and you weren't here? Like, you would have been a fugitive. Like, what are you doing? And he was just apologetic about not telling anyone where he went.
But I mean, he had a Wawa cup and he said he was up at 192.
Yeah, but in reality, I know that he truly took my car in the middle of the night to Northport, Florida, and was down there for an hour and came back. I didn't suspect that at all.
Okay.
I literally thought, I'm like, oh, this man, we were right next to like a Target. So I'm thinking, oh, he's probably like stress shopping, just looking at stuff. He likes to browse. I was like, maybe he's in there somewhere. But I didn't have a car. I couldn't go out looking, right? And also, detectives were coming, so I didn't want to leave. Detectives eventually show up. We were in the hotel room for a while. He went back to sleep and slept. I took a little snooze for a little bit that morning, and then I got up, and then I went downstairs to the lobby, and I saw Chris. And Chris asked if I wanted some lunch, so we went to the hotel bar and ate some lunch. We brought up some lunch back for Stefan, told him to eat a little bit. When he woke up, he took like 2 bites. Then detectives showed up. We went downstairs. They let us know that there was a press conference happening, which we already had an idea was going to happen. And they told us they would give us a ride and escort us to the conference here. And that then you guys would let us in the back way so that media wouldn't see us. But in reality, now I know that was just to interview guys with us. But yeah, then we showed up here and got separated. Haven't heard from him since. Haven't spoken to him since. Have no interest in speaking to him at all. Yeah, that was it. Then we got interviewed.
What have you done since? Like, where did you go back to the hotel? Did you stay somewhere else?
No.
Like she finds it amusing that oh yeah, you guys brought us in the back because you said it wasn't for the interview, but now in reality I know it's because you wanted to interview us. Ha 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 ha. While you just found all this in like what are you finding amusing, ma'am?
So after the interview and all that stuff, Chris took me to my sister's house. I've been at my sister's house ever since.
Cool.
Yesterday I went out for a little bit to go to Target to try to take my mind off of things. I went to Target to go get myself a toothbrush and deodorant, things that I didn't have because I left the house the last second.
That's right. That night he did go to Northport and St. Cloud.
I also went to my ex-husband's wife's mom's house. It's complicated, but we're all friends. So, yeah.
You hear the emotion in her voice. Again, my ex-husband's wife's house, or whatever she just said, with such emotion and conviction. She got loud. Where is that for anything having to do with Maddie? Not anywhere coming from her.
Yeah, they consoled me. They just kept me company. They made lunch. Then I went back to my sister's house, and I've just been pretty much there ever since. Now, when I went to Target, I decided like, oh shit, I shouldn't be out in public. People could recognize me. It can either be good or bad. What people could tell me. I've already had people recognize me in my community, and dealing with people's heavy emotions and them coming to me and crying and telling me they're so sorry and how they feel is so heavy because like I just have to kind of stand there and take their emotions and like I don't know, it's so heavy. When I realized that these are the
That is another really good point to me, for me, because she's talking about it's so heavy. I have to take other people's emotions. People are coming up to you and trying to show you kindness and care about your child being missing, and you're saying that you can't deal with their emotions. It's so heavy. I can't handle it. And I know that I can almost guarantee that in that household, she told Madeline that. She probably told Stephen that. But my concern more so is Madeline. Madeline, I can't deal with your emotions. It's too heavy for me right now. I can't handle it. You're being too heavy. Your emotions, your feelings, you feeling like you can come to me as a mother and I treat you like a daughter should and like a mother should and listen to what you have to say, your concerns, your thoughts, your opinions. I can't do that. It's too heavy for me. And Jenny Jen's right. She said it's like celebrity treatment in her eyes. And it is 100%.
the interactions I was having in public, I'm like, I need to stay home because I can't carry anyone else's emotions right now. I have my own to deal with. Like I don't want my own mental health suffering right now.
How many times did Madeline hear that? I can't carry anyone else's emotions right now. I have to deal with my own. I can't have my mental health suffering. I can't listen to you, child, while you're trying to muster up the courage to tell me what this horrible monster is doing to you. I'm dealing with my emotions. I can't handle that. I don't want to go back to the psych ward. And then Madeline's like, well, gosh, if I tell my mom, she might go back to the psych ward again because she references having gone before. I can't deal with your emotions, Madeline, because I can't. It's too much for me. It's too heavy. And Madeline feeling like she can't tell her mom anything because she's scared she's going to drive her back to the crazy house.
Or for me to spiral and end up back being hospitalized.
So when did you meet Steven or Stefan?
I met Stefan in 2017. We both worked for Eco Homes, a real estate company. I did appointments, and he worked in the office doing like warranty work. We met as coworkers. We became really good friends. We were best friends for like a year. And then eventually I asked him if he wanted to hook up, and he said, sure. And yeah.
You said 17, 18. Did you live in Orlando, Kissimmee? Where were you guys staying then?
Kissimmee.
And did you guys live together in 17?
He technically lived at his parents' house, but he was staying at my house all the time.
Okay. Same house you're in now or a different house?
Wait, I take it back. In 2017, he wasn't staying over my house. It started in 2018 when we started hooking up, and he started sleeping over my house.
Okay.
And what was your next question?
Was that in the current
Yes.
house you live in now?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you lived in that house?
On and off, because at one point we moved close to where his parents live right now. They live in North Port Florida, Sarasota County. I lived in Port Charlotte, which is Charlotte County, the county right next door. We had an apartment there for like 6 to 8 months. We moved down there because, again, Stefan was promised a job and that fell through. So we supported ourselves in this tiny apartment for a little while until I ran out of funds.
Do you remember what year that was?
2020.
So when did you live in Port Charlotte in 2020?
I don't remember what month I moved in, but I remember moving out in November.
Of 2020.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was some. April, May.
That's fine. It was something we can look up if we need to later. 17. In 2017. So 2018. 6.
This is redacted. It's not me. You can see her moving. I'm sorry about this long redaction. I'm going to speed it up and see if we can get through it real quick.
Oh, at the same time, no. But okay. I've had ex-husbands and ex-boyfriends live in that same house before.
Okay.
They just started redacting again. Lord have mercy. Well, we know she's had ex-boyfriends and ex-husbands stay in that house before. Let's try to skip it.
You were to Port Charlotte sometime in 2020 for a few months. Yeah. And then you came back to the same house.
So she lived in
After Port Charlotte, I went back to my mom's house for a little while.
Where's that at?
In Hunters Creek, Florida.
Got it.
Even before Port Charlotte, actually, the few months before I was in Port Charlotte, I was living at my mom's house.
With Stefan.
Around March 20th, decided he wanted to renovate the house and possibly sell it. So he told us to get out. So March 2020, so around COVID time, like 2 weeks after COVID was announced, I moved in with my mom.
Okay.
And I lived with her for a little bit. And then the Port Charlotte apartment happened. We moved to Port Charlotte, were there for a few months, came back to live with my mom, was there for a few months, and then I decided to move back. That he was moving out and like getting an RV and like living the RV life. So he needed somebody to take care of the house for him. So I said, yeah, I would do it, of course. So I moved in. I moved into his bedroom, downstairs, the master bedroom. Eventually, Stefan did come. For a few years. It wasn't until like June of last year that
Again,
go
it's
upstairs to the
distracting.
guest
I'm
bedroom
sorry.
upstairs because I just he's not a very clean guy. He's kind of a little hoarder and a collector. So just my house was always a mess and never the way that I wanted it to look.
Yeah.
Or the clutter just gave me anxiety. So
I hate that I haven't had much to say yet, but there's not much I can say about what she's gone over so far. When she gets into more of the details where we can see the blatant lies and the obvious bullshit, I'll talk more about it and give my opinion more.
I asked him to move upstairs and he did. And he lived upstairs until until December of last year. And then he moved
But see
to
here,
Northport, Florida with his parents.
here she's saying, I'm sorry, I forgot. And like other times she does that. Just kidding. When she messes up, like when she's saying, I'm sorry, or I misspoke. She does that. Just kidding. Like, that shit is weird to me. But here she's not doing it when she's saying I'm sorry or I misspoke. Why does she say just kidding? Because again, I wonder if it's like if you're saying it in your normal conversation, then it's going to be a normal thing that happens in the house, okay? And if yeah, notice the ticker on the bottom of the screen. Everything I say is my opinion. This is speculation. I just want to reiterate that. So if you're in your daily life saying something and then instead of saying, oh, sorry, I misspoke or whatever, you're saying, just kidding. Like, I wonder if Stefan was going around the house and saying, oh, Madeline is such a beautiful young girl. She's going to be hot when she grows up. Just kidding. Or, Madeline has the body of a supermodel. Just kidding. Like, is that something that's normally going on to your house to where you're picking up on that instead of I misspoke or whatever? Just kidding. Because she said, with the Fox 35 Orlando interview. No, I didn't do an interview. Oh, just kidding. I did with Fox Orlando. And it's weird. The context of the verbiage,
Parents, but they had promised him a job, but that fell through. So we were in the process of trying to get him to come back up here to get his job back at Disney and for him to move back into the house for a little bit. I'm not sure long term. I know temporarily I was willing to accept him back.
Was that something out of convenience for him or because you?
A little bit of both. We missed him. And I wanted to help him out, like make it easy, like give.
We missed him. No, Madeline, you've already stated, was doing so much better without him there. You missed him. And it's all about you, your feelings, your emotions, you, not Madeline, and how she feels and her emotions, which should come first in your life because that's your child. Jenny Jen says March to December is a big gap. It's not like November and December where you could potentially be mistaken. Right. Exactly.
Give him a place, like a base to start at, and then for him to start looking for something else afterwards on his own. But
oh, bullshit. A bullshit.
You obviously relationship talk a lot? Is she a secretive teenager? What is like your kind of day to day with her?
I would have said a normal relationship.
See, even there, what's your day to day like with Madeline? Gosh, like already frustrated, huffing, puffing. Oh, thanks, Jen.
I asked, she would tell me. I didn't think she was hiding anything from me. I didn't think she was lying to me about anything, but obviously she had secrets.
I mean, the hindsight, I mean, all the stuff you found out over the past couple of days, we're like taking that out of the picture, your relationship with her.
Okay.
Like not looking back saying, okay, I was being lied to. Like up until you found out some things that you've been told, you guys had an open communication relationship. You talk about
everything.
Life.
Yeah. If anything, she was a little bit more open with Stefan because she told him about a boy she had a crush on.
Okay.
And that his name was, and she described him, and Stefan's like, "Are you aware that she has a crush on a boy?" I said, "No." He's like, "Yeah." She told me his name, that he's tall, and that she likes his fluffy hair.
When was this? Do you remember when this conversation happened?
Within the last week, sometime, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Like so we saw. So within a week of that Sunday, I'm not sure if if she had told him via phone chat. It must have been via phone, like phone convert, like we don't FaceTime, we Google Meet.
The Android
version of FaceTime, yeah. So we would Google Meet often. Sometimes when we get home from school, just talk all day, or sometimes not even talk all day. We would just bullshit. I would be doing my own thing. He would be doing. We're just keeping each other company on the phone. And I think in one of those conversations, she told him that she had.
You mean you're keeping the phone on so that he can visibly see in the house and lurk around even when he's not there from your phone? That's what you mean? In my opinion.
I had a crush on a boy, but I checked those text messages with that boy, and nothing seemed weird either. So.
How did he? I mean, it could be new. I mean, she sees a guy at school. She thinks it's attractive. He shows her attention. I mean, she's young. How did he take it? Was he like? And I want you to think back before you know things you know now. Like, did he seem concerned about her? Did he seem excited for her? Like she's starting to be a kid and have crushes and everything else. Like,
he seemed happy for her.
Okay.
He's like, "Yeah, did you hear this? This is super cute." And I was like, "Oh." I hadn't. She hadn't told me, and I wondered. I'm like, "Why didn't she tell me? Why did she tell him and not me?" And like, I want to know who she got a crush on, but maybe it's because I told her she had a rule. She wasn't allowed to date for.
I think the reason that she didn't tell her mom was because, again, her mom can't deal with other people's emotions. They're too heavy. It's too much. I think she knew she couldn't talk to her mama about shit. And that makes me realize how alone she probably felt. And that's really sad.
For a few years. Okay. Until I think I had said 16 or something like that. But I didn't want her dating.
So then your relationship with her was open. Obviously, she's a child. She's not going to share everything.
Yeah.
With him, it seems like she has a very open relationship with him. They talk, they hang out.
This is redacted.
So it'd be okay with you if they went out and did things together outside if you were at work or something? So the living situation with them, I'll be honest, seems weird. It's weird to me. She's got a bedroom downstairs. What's kind of the mindset or the...
Oh, the whole nation is agreeing with you, Mr. Detective here. That's 100% factual. It is fucking weird.
The thought process, the communication you've had with Stefan about You know, she's not going to sleep in her bed, but you guys are going to go sleep in the guest bedroom.
So originally, the plan was that all three of us were going to sleep in my bed together.
And I'm not just saying Sunday. I mean, like.
Oh, okay.
In the past, too.
So I had a rule. She wasn't allowed to sleep in his bedroom at all. Like, no sleepovers, no nothing. For a very long time. For years.
Since we're pausing,
Yeah.
what brought that on? Was that like a request of his? Like, can we sleep in the same bed? Request of hers? Or you just saying?
Me being super paranoid, not to trust anyone. For the longest life, even though he treated her well, I still looked at him on, like side eye.
Asking what initially brought on them sleeping in the same bed together. Like how did that first conversation happen where you decided to say, okay, y'all can sleep in the bed together? I think that's more along the lines of what he's asking. And I really want the answer to that question.
Like, is that normal? Is this okay? That was normal. Okay. I wanted to make sure that nothing was happening and that I was missing something, but I was. But he never requested. I'm sorry. Repeat the question then.
So I guess when you said like you had a rule, like obviously we know now they've slept in the same bedroom together and everything else. I'm sure you're questioning a lot of things that like you haven't been told or that are going on. The thought process of them sleeping in the same bedroom caused you to say that you had a rule for the longest time where they couldn't.
Yeah.
I have a son. He's a lot younger than her. He's 4. But I guess if I was dating somebody or had somebody over, I would never establish, and this is just me, a rule. He can't sleep in the bed with her, or she's not going to be. It wouldn't even be a thought process for me. So that's why I asked, because I wouldn't think of it even as an option.
Yeah.
So when you say you had a rule, I guess I'm asking what prompted the rule.
Sleepovers before. Yeah. Late, you want to watch movies and eat snacks? Can we do that? I'm like, no. We can all watch movies down here together. We can all sleep down here together. Up until June, together all the time. So we were always. She would sleep in the middle. I would sleep on this side. He would sleep on.
So I don't know. She said June and she said a date. Now I don't know if that was pre-2019 or after 2019. But they're asking, oh, can we go? Or Stefan at least is asking, oh, we just want to stay up and eat snacks and popcorn and watch movies. Is that because he had already been doing things and he's trying to figure out a way to make it normal for her to sleep in the bed together with him so that they can continue, take their whatever to the next step or, continue it in a more discreet location, what he was doing to her? I would love to know what that June date was. I'll have to look at the affidavit and see if the first picture started in June of 2019. And maybe it was when they first started sleeping in the bed together. But for him to have 35,000, not 3,500, but 35,000 images. And I believe we can tack on the 1,700 images, making it over 36,000 images, over 37,000 images. Like for him to have that many pictures, we know that they were sleeping in the same bed together, or he was able to prey on this victim way more than she tries to let on. Like, oh, they only slept in the bed a handful of times. I call bullshit when he's got that many pictures and videos of this baby.
On the other side. It wasn't until June that he got his own bedroom and I sent him upstairs. That's where the requests for sleepover started.
Okay.
And I kept telling her no. I'm not comfortable with that. But eventually at some point like we really want to watch. I forgot what movie it was. They really wanted to watch something, and I was really tired. And I said, okay, fine, go ahead, but this can't happen often. And yeah, I allowed her to go upstairs and sleep with him. But honestly, I think I can count on one hand how many times that's happened, and it hasn't been many times that I've allowed her to have a supper party with him, to be alone in a bed with him. I'm usually around all the time. Up until 2 weeks ago, I was pretty much at home all the time living on disability. If I wasn't at home, just, I was substitute teaching, but I was substitute teaching primarily at her school or at the school close by, but I made sure I get out around the same time and I get out in time to pick her up and take her. So she was with me pretty much all the time when she wasn't at school. So yeah, after.
When he's not there, where does she sleep?
With me.
She never sleeps in her room?
No, always with me.
Quickly, do you know, and you may hate the question, do you have any idea? We currently have upwards, probably 200 people working on finding. Right, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is involved, the Kissimmee Police Department's involved, St. Cloud Police Department, Osceola County Sheriff's Office, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FBI. Yes, under suspicious circumstances. So anybody who is somebody is involved.
Yeah.
So regardless of the circumstances, those people don't get to go home. Those people don't get to go back to their families. Those people don't get to live their lives and go back to their primary jobs. I know the sheriff has probably expressed to you that's his number one priority. I'm sure the Kissimmee Police Department's expressed that to you, our detectives. This isn't something that's going to stop or go away.
Yeah.
Right? Anybody who knows something, anybody who may know something, will be brought into a room, will be talked to, whether they're guilty, whether they're innocent. Because our number one priority, our jobs have kind of stopped on any other things we have going on until it's fine, because that's the most important thing anybody has going on right now.
My mom come through again with the information drop. She said maybe she said June referencing that year. She's literally saying once Stefan had his own room, that's when he was requesting sleepovers, and she still allowed it. Didn't she see the red flags? Exactly. And yeah, that would make more sense. When he had his own room, that's when they're requesting to go up to the room alone and be together. Again, as sick as it is, I have to question if things were going on in the bed with all three of them. And maybe that's why she didn't want them to go up in the room, or why because you don't just jump into that once you started. We know that it didn't start June of this year, right? But we know that they just recently started sleeping separately, okay? So if we're taking it all the way back to the age of 8, and she's been sleeping in the bed with Stefan and her mom all the way up to the age of 12 or 13, when was all of these images and videos taking place that he had over the 37,000 images, not 3,700, but like somewhere approximately 37,000 images that you've been creating and making from the age of 8? And y'all were all three supposed to be sleeping in the same bed until recently when you and Stefan broke up. I have to question, and I'm giving a heavy trigger warning right now, were they all three doing things in the bed together? And then she didn't want them to go up in the room by themselves because she knew it would just be them two, and that made her jealous. And she was like, no. But then finally she was okay with it and like, whatever, y'all can go up there and whatever. And she was in on this preying of her child, this molestation, because again, she doesn't have the right reaction. And for it to be going on for so long, and you didn't let them sleep alone in the bed together for so many years until June of the previous year, because she went missing in February. So June of when she was 12, but it's been going on since the age of 8. I have to question these things, as horrible as it is.
But with that, a lot of people are going to feel that whatever happened, I can tell you, and I know detectives expressed to you that the thought process at this point is this is a homicide investigation.
Yeah.
Based on the evidence I've seen, based on the videos I've seen, I do believe. With that being said, and the reason I tell you that, not to be an asshole, is because the thought process with us leads it in a different investigation, a different way. Meaning, whatever has already happened, right? We cannot change what happened most likely on Monday. We cannot change the fact that I believe Stefan killed her, right? All we can do now is.
I'm not seeing crying. I saw her drop her head and pretend to cry and get that, no, yeah. Like she's trying to show she's crying, but not really crying.
Find her as quickly as possible. On the 2% chance we're wrong and that she is alive, that's phenomenal, right? That's the best thing that can happen. On the chance that we are 100% correct and she has passed away, finding her now versus later will bring closure to your family, will bring closer to everybody, regardless of how it happened or why it happened. Meaning, if you have an inclination, if you know where she's at, if his father knows, that doesn't mean those people get held accountable for what he did. It doesn't mean those people get held accountable for knowing what he did. It means we close out the investigation. You know what I mean? So a lot of times we go into rooms like this and we
Jenny
ask people
says
questions and say, hey,
that's the cry I make when they forget my fries at the drive-thru. No doubt. Like, yeah, no, yeah, exactly. It's not the cry of a mother finding this out, right? That was funny.
what happened? Do you know what happened? And there's this fear of what happened already happened. I can't change that, so I'm not going to insert myself with knowledge because it's going to make me look bad. Regardless, at this point, I murdered her, right? He victimized her. He ruined her entire life from childhood until now. I think that there's probably some sense of guilt. And my fear is that sense of guilt is causing you to not want to assist in the location of her, not because.
So is this where they started talking about giving her immunity? Because again, just take in what he just said. She's more than likely deceased. He has ruined her entire childhood. And you drop your head and maybe shed one tear. I mean, he's trying to give her a way out because, in my opinion, he knows that she knows. Because again, I mean, they deal with, unfortunately, things like this on a daily basis, and she's not having a normal reaction. So they're trying to get her to give them information. I think this is where or shortly after, is where the whole limited immunity deal came into play.
Because you're a bad person, but because there's that sense of guilt that what was happening under your roof, and now by her being found brings that all to your plate, and it doesn't.
Oh no. If I knew anything, I would so tell you. I want to even if she's dead, because you guys tell me you're suspicious, but I'm not going to believe it until I have her body.
So there are things, and the reason I say these things, and again, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but the reason I say these things is there's been a lot of things you've said, and a lot of things I've kind of researched between the Fox 35 story, between your initial statement to the police. A lot of things have changed. The initial statement to the police was you watched her get dressed, you watched her leave, you knew exactly what she was wearing.
Can I tell you
Absolutely.
my thought process on that, or where I came from with that?
He's calling her out on her lies, and notice when she got called out for lying, her voice got high now, and she's not pretending to cry anymore. And we're going to listen, and she's going to be just normal again. And he's basically calling her on her bullshit and saying, again, I fucking know that you're a fucking lying cunt, and you need to start speaking. You need to start talking. Jenny says that I believe the immunity is on April 24th. So, okay, that gives us a good timeline of it. I still think they're trying to get her to admit because they're calling her on her bullshit. I don't know. Maybe they needed some more for the trial that they didn't have yet, and that's when they offer her immunity. But I do appreciate the fact that they're calling her on her bullshit right now.
I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with I saw. And then I wrote out what I wrote out. But it wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her.
You know it was a blatant lie. You did not see her get ready. You wrote on a police affidavit on your testimony or your affidavit that you saw her get ready, knowing damn well you didn't. And now you're trying to cover that lie.
But I didn't. In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him. And I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
Which we talked about today. But I guess there's other concerns. Right? You are nervous. The police have showed you their hand. They said, Stefan, we want your phone. Stefan, we want to talk to you. We're going to lock down your residence. You can't go back inside. Me? I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer. That's nuts to me. That to me shows you prioritizing Stefan. Because at that point, you became more worried about him being falsely accused than any. Does that make sense?
And that's the truth. Calling her on her bullshit. At that point, she became more concerned with getting Stefan a lawyer than she did about the fact that he had been doing all these things to his child, to her child. So again, how did you not know? Jenny says, I feel like they're asking more questions because it doesn't seem, let me put it on the screen. She had a lawyer at this time. If I'm not mistaken, the lawyer would have been present. Yes, if she had a lawyer at this time, the lawyer would have been present. And I think they're trying to line her up and get her to admit that she knew and she had more to play in this role of her disappearance and what was going on than what she's admitted to.
Makes sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt, does that make sense? People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
I promise you.
Because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know. That was still me under the assumption that I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe I believed him. I believed his whole story.
So she's saying right here that she saw the pictures of Madeline. She saw what he did, but that wasn't evil. And that she wanted to believe that basically he had nothing to do with her disappearance. And so she wants to get him a lawyer. She's admitting that the things he did to her daughter, she thinks was not evil. And she wants to get him a lawyer to help him fight the court on the fact that he has been molesting her child and taking videos from the age of 8. She tried to get him a lawyer after she had been shown the pictures. There's no way that she didn't previously know about this. I don't know how we could come to any other conclusion.
So I was just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like, what if she did get dropped off? What if she got abducted? What if she's missing? But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me and have shown me, I know
I wanted to think he's a good guy still. After being shown pictures of what he's done to her daughter, I wanted to think he's the good guy still and get him a lawyer. Jenny says pictures of fun because in my opinion, she must have already had 10 to pass it and know what was going on. She corrected it and said, are fine.
the worst person on this face of the
You
earth
know
right
that
now.
now. We know he's a piece of shit now.
You know,
But you didn't know that then.
I didn't.
Then you offered a guy who the police suspected of kidnapping, abducting, assisting the disappearance. Offered him a lawyer. And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
Hold on. I know every relationship is different, and I know everybody's family is different. I won't ask, but going back on, has he expressed interest in? I'll use the word weird. I'm not going to shame anybody for what they like. Different sexual pleasures, different sexual experiences, different kinks that involve things you weren't comfortable with.
The only thing he's ever expressed to me was like anal.
Okay.
He had an anal kink and like butts.
Okay.
But that was something I was never comfortable with or doing, and I let him know that that's something.
So Jen was saying that the pictures are fine because, in her opinion, Jen had already had time to process it, so it was fine. Because Jen's agreeing that she previously had knowledge of the pictures. She already knew what was going on. She already had time to process it. So she's okay with that. It's fine. It's not evil. And the police are like, ma'am, what the fuck is going on in your household and in your head? And I'm glad because somebody needs to call her on the shit.
Something.
You guys slept in the same bed together. Stephen was a big portion of your life at one point. Stefan was a big portion of your life at one point. And this is not me coming at you as a person or a bad person because shit happens in the past. In the past, the past. We can't change the past. Has he ever expressed to you? Never. Has he ever made these statements about made you feel different?
No.
Okay. When you guys slept in the same bed together, in the middle, did you ever wake up and find them cuddling? Did you ever wake up and find them closer than you thought they should be?
They would snuggle, yeah.
Okay.
But we all snuggle. I didn't think that was that problem.
So if you guys are sleeping in the same bed and she's in the center, you've woken up and they're snuggling. They're under the same blanket. They're not under the same blanket.
No.
But just like
she's got her own blanket.
Spooning for what? What is snuggling to you? Because to me, snuggling, spooning, big spoon, little spoon.
He would lay down like this, and she would be right here in the nook.
Okay.
How
do you guys sleep? You guys sleep clothed, unclothed? I sleep clothed. Yeah. Shirt, pants, pajama sets.
Yes.
Everybody.
I sleep in like my everyday clothes.
Okay.
On pajamas or baggy t-shirts and shorts.
Okay.
And Stefan would sleep.
In my opinion, in his boxers.
His t-shirt or boxers, sometimes with his pants on. But he didn't have pajamas.
Okay, so they would.
And the officer just now is looking at her like, and you didn't find this weird. I'm supposed to believe you had no issue with this at all whatsoever. And again, talking about the snuggling. You're supposed to be the one in the nook, supposedly, as you called it, the nook. Not your daughter.
Would snuggle, sometimes him being in his boxers. You would wake up and she'd be in the nook of his arm, essentially in a cuddling position. And you never found that weird.
No.
Okay. Again, you and I may find things different. Why? And I don't want you to look back on it because now
Exactly.
you know you victimized her for a long time, right? Under your roof. With you home, most likely, because you said you're always home. You just got this job. You've been living off disability. I know the Kissimmee Police Department has showed you pictures. I know they've verbally explained to you some pictures. I can tell you that today, we are still downloading his Google Drives. We are still going through his social medias, his cloud-based servers, and everything else. And we can now piece back her victimization in your house under your care to 2020. I believe you've gone as far back as in when she. So when I ask,
in my opinion, just now trying to make herself show emotion like she cares. They're still downloading his Google Drive. We know at least 2 days later. At least 2 days later, and they're still downloading it.
They've woken up cuddling. Did you find things suspicious? Did you have an open relationship? He talked to you? Has he made inappropriate statements? It's almost like cheating, right? Like, have you ever been cheated on? Okay. Somebody can only cheat on somebody for so long until they fuck up, or until something comes out, or somebody says something, right? So if we go back to 2020, we're looking at a minimum of 3.5 years. 3.5 years where I'm sure you guys are sexually active. Yes. So for 3.5 years under your care in your house, not only is he being sexually active,
showing emotion, but like pushing on herself, wiping off herself, wiping the disgust off of herself, trying to show emotion like she's trying to fake it. It's so obvious to me.
with you, he had a sexual relationship.
Jenny says, I'm telling you, it's that French fry cry. Exactly. We're going to have to call it that from now on. It's going to be the French fry cry.
And I know it's an emotional thing, and I know it sucks to hear. But where I'm coming from is it seems like something that you can't hide forever. You guys live in a small space.
And he's right. You're not going to be able to hide something like that forever. There's going to be signs. He's going to say shit that's weird. You're going to see shit that's weird. And in my opinion, she's trying to, like, she's just now processing how fucked up the relationship is that she knew about and condoned. That's what I see.
Close quarters, you sleep in the same bed. You guys all talk. You guys all share things. You're an observant person for the most part, I assume. Outside of taking medications and going to sleep, it seems very difficult. A lot of grown-ass adults can't hide an affair with somebody who doesn't live with them, let alone somebody who does live with them. So at a certain point, I do believe you became aware of what was going on.
No.
And when I say that, it doesn't mean you're in trouble. It doesn't change.
I know, but.
But I do believe that a reasonable person, and I consider you a reasonable person, right? Do you think you're a reasonable person?
Yes.
Would be aware that under her roof, sexual relation. The videos, the text messages, the images, they are all documented forever. This has been an ongoing thing. And at her age, I think she probably thought they were in a relationship. She probably thought they were in love because he her male attention, right?
That's another thing that I have brought up several times. When you look at the interview from Orlando, how she's rubbing on him and consoling him like a mother would a child. I think that Stefan made Madeline believe, and even Jennifer believe, that they were in a relationship and that he loved her. And again, going back to my mod Jenny Jen and the interview we heard with the police where she references the Woody Allen effect, that was her thought process. Oh, well, they're in love. Woody Allen did it, so they can do it too. And then maybe Madeline having a crush on a boy made him flip out. Well, I've groomed you for all these years. You are mine. You are my property. I have put in all this work and all of these things to make you mine. And now you're looking at other boys. Nobody, if I can't have you, nobody will, kind of thing, you know?
She just started liking boys, right? She just got a crush. Up until then, her crush at the same time, you guys are sleeping in the same bed together. You guys are all cohabitating. She's not sleeping in her room. But you felt the need to establish a rule that they couldn't sleep in the same room. But when you establish that rule, for 3 years, she's already been dating him, essentially. Whether that's legal or not.
I had no idea.
So I truthfully believe, and this is my belief, I'm not speaking for other detectives, I'm not speaking for the sheriff's office, the state police department, or any other.
His belief as a seasoned detective that sees through your bullshit and that has been trained to see through her bullshit and everybody else's too. What is his belief?
Agency I've said, this is Kevin's belief. I believe that you became aware of their sexual relationship. I think at a certain point throughout this relationship, you became aware of it. And for whatever reason, your reasons are your reasons, whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, that you feel some sense of guilt. A lot of the news statements you've given kind of, again, my opinion only, I don't speak for anybody else, whether it's in this room or out of this room, bother me. It seems like some of your emotion, up until this room, I think some of the emotion in this room is sincere. I think a lot of it's because I'm being an asshole. I'm telling you things you don't want to hear that shouldn't be said out loud. But when you talk to the news, when you talk to deputies, it feels, based on my experience in this job, that it's not sincere. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I feel like when you gave the interview with Fox 35, it was not sincere. Looking at that video one time, I didn't feel like your cries were sincere. And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person. I feel like sometimes people struggle to show real emotion when they're aware of what the truth is. So it has to be fake. This is optimized for the past.
Exactly. It's not genuine because she already fucking knew.
Let's say 5 years, right? But her going missing, her disappearance, if you have knowledge of how it happened, where it happened, an inclination, that emotion's not going to feel sincere because you're already aware of what happened.
I would.
It's almost becomes
If
a lie
I knew,
at that point.
if I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the fuck you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't. I was oblivious to everything. 4 years.
Minimum. Notice that last word, minimum 4 years. But again, notice everything is about her. I tried to watch her. I tried to watch her like a hawk. Evidently, I missed something. I didn't know. I don't know. If I knew anything, I would tell you anything. Not Madeline didn't show any signs of this. I can't imagine what my baby girl was going through. I don't understand why my baby girl felt like she couldn't come to me and tell me about what was happening to her. How could I have failed my baby so much? That's genuine speech, not what we're seeing here.
That's just how that far back the cloud goes. And I find it hard to believe for me that you were so worried about how many pills she took at night, but not where she slept or what relationship she was. His interest in her.
I thought we were all safe. I thought because in that he had.
I thought we were all safe, which makes me question if in the beginning I thought we were all safe. I thought we were all together. I thought it was we're a fucked up kind of family that sleeps with each other kind of thing.
hadn't shown me anything so far. Like everything seems fine. Like he seems like he treated her
like he treats you. In his mind.
Bam. He treated her like he treats you. Mic drop.
so fucking disgusting.
So now he's in jail.
See, and she's saying it's so fucking disgusting, and then rubbing her leg like she's trying to wash the nasty off of herself because she knew. And somebody else outside of the house is calling her on her bullshit and bringing light to the fact that this shit is so fucked up. And she's trying to wash it off herself. It's nasty. It's disgusting because somebody's calling you out and pointing out how fucked up it is, and you want it off of yourself. Never mind your minor child.
Is what we found on his phone, not because somebody came forward and reported that he was abused.
No, I know.
She's not old enough to consent. She's not old enough to have a thought process to even want anything that was happening to her. It's abuse. So he's in jail for that, but something caused what happened, right? We searched murder because we can call it a murder. She didn't die naturally. She didn't overdose. She didn't have a heart attack. We circled murder on Monday. Something had to cause that. He's been having unrestricted sexual activity for a long time. He's getting what he wants from her, probably from you, and who knows whoever else, right? So it's not like he woke up or went to bed Sunday and he was like, you know what? I'm done with this, but I'm going to kill her. Something happened. People don't just wake up and like, you know what? They leave people, they break up with people, but usually things cause people to snap. Now what?
Exactly, and I'm going to give you another heavy trigger warning, but Madeline was his muse. Madeline was his plaything, his toy that he could play with. And you had unrestricted sexual access to your toy, to your plaything, to the thing that makes you get your fulfillment, the sick motherfucker. Unrestricted access to her and to do whatever the hell he wanted to her from the age of 8. What happened that night to make him stop, to make him murder her if he's the one who did it and it wasn't somehow Jennifer involved? What happened that night to make you say, I'm done, to disregard the fact that you would continue to have unrestricted sexual access to this child for God only knows how much longer? He threw all that out the window and murdered her. What happened?
And I'm in trouble, or I feel like I'm going to, or him being out. We can go even worse. She's pregnant.
That's what questions last night led me to believe when we started talking about her period.
I was told that her and her friend, and granted, I'm male, never had a period, but that somebody found it weird that they were no longer on the same cycle. Could be different because she's a teenage girl. Could be that she missed her period. Have you ever found a pregnancy test at home that wasn't yours?
I have 2 underneath the bathroom sink, but I haven't seen if they're still there or not.
Okay. But you haven't seen any used ones in the trash?
No.
Their relationship hasn't changed?
No.
Okay.
I would love to know if they went back in and found those pregnancy tests, because even if she gave her one, she's not going to admit that she did. And could there have been 3 or 4 pregnancy tests under the counter in the bathroom? And she's saying 2 because she knew Madeline took 2.
So what do you think happened Sunday? Other than him killing her, what do you think made him snap?
I don't know. Theories, I keep hearing
Tell me your theories, because here's the deal. We don't go home until she's found.
No, I know.
So what are your theories?
What I've heard is What if she upset him and threatened to tell me and say that she was going to tell me and he needed to shut that down? That's the only thing.
What do you think?
I believe. I don't want to believe he killed her. But from what you guys are telling me, he must have killed her Sunday night and snuck her body out in the morning. That photo you guys showed me of her stuck in the car.
You don't want to believe he killed her.
I want to believe she's still alive and that she got kidnapped, but that doesn't seem like that's the
Well, that's
case
not
at
what
all.
happened.
I know, my brain just wants to believe.
Another question I have is that, we know that Jennifer claims to be asleep during the morning when he's supposedly getting Maddie ready and taking her to school. Okay, at this point, she was already deceased. So he's carrying a limp body out the house. I'm assuming over his shoulder or something like that. How are you walking through the house and bringing the child from upstairs over your shoulder? Because I don't think he'd be dragging her, and nobody in that house hears you. There's roommates in the house that would have seen. Jennifer would have heard. I mean, it's not exactly a quiet process to carry a dead body out of the house and set it in the car. People outside, like, you're going to be watching to make sure nobody can see you from outside. If there's a neighbor walking their dog and they see you carrying somebody like that over your shoulder, like, what the fuck's going to happen? There's not a bag big enough for him to shove her in. So how did he get her out the door while she was deceased without anybody in that house knowing? I don't think he did. It's not very plausible.
Something else. I just want to believe she's still alive. She's out there.
Did he tell you he fucked up?
No. He acted so normal that day. He was like, I'm so impressed. We got out of the house so early. Like, she made great time. We had so much time to go to McDonald's, but she didn't want to. His story was so fun. Like, every detail was so believable. He's just been lying this whole time. Like,
What about that day in the car when you offered him a lawyer? Did you disclose anything
Again,
to you
it
there that
sounds like
made you
she's
feel like
trying to convince the sheriffs, not in herself, not that she's telling the truth. It sounds more like she's trying to convince somebody of the lie she's spouting.
oh fuck, he needs a lawyer?
No. He kept acting like he didn't know what was happening. And I'm like, don't you see forensics? Don't you see they took your phone? Like, something's happening. Like, I think they're gonna pin this on you. And I'm like, in my head, I'm going, they have the wrong guy. Like, they're just honing in on the last person who saw her. But no, you guys knew more.
You never said, what did you do?
Jenny brought up maybe they wrapped her in all those blankets he washed. Yeah, that's possible. But again, you're gonna have a bunch of blankets. Like, I mean, if somebody saw me carrying a bunch of blankets over my shoulder, that you're gonna be able to tell there's some weight of some sort in those blankets. If I saw somebody walking past my house like that, I'm calling motherfucking police. If I don't go out there and say, hey, I'm sorry to bother you right now, but what you got going on here with these blankets and something over your shoulder or whatever way they're carrying, I'm going to be like, that looks a little suspicious. I don't want to invade your privacy, but do you mind if I just see what you got in those blankets and just make sure there's nothing going on here? Because if you don't let me see that, I'm going to go ahead and call the police. So that's how this interaction is going to work. And if I'm wrong, I sincerely apologize, but I need to be looking at that right now. That's just me though. Like, you're not going to be able to take that shit outside and somebody see and not call the police. So how did you do it? How did you get her in the car?
I've never asked him any of that. I still, even up until when we got here to the police station, I was convinced that he hadn't done anything to her at all.
Because of him or because of not wanting to believe she's deceased?
Because of him. Because I thought he was a good guy.
So up until this morning, you still think that it's not?
No.
You're talking about the other day?
Up until
when we took him?
Yes.
Okay.
I forgot what day of the week that was.
So we're still going through his phone, his drive, like I told you, all his socials. We can date back to 2020. Based on the videos, it appears that was the start of the victimization. Okay, are we going to find anything in his phone with you?
No. We haven't done anything. We've never done anything.
Has there ever been a request for the two of you to participate in sexual activity with him?
No.
Regardless of you saying no or yes?
No. He's never asked that.
Okay.
Again, why is she so
If we
quick?
find pictures
Like, she's
like
got to think. She's got to think for a good 2 or 3 minutes when they ask her if he had a Facebook, and she's like, no. And then she thinks for like a good solid minute. Oh, wait, yeah, just kidding. Yeah, he had a Facebook and a Reddit and all these other things. Okay. But when they ask you if there was ever a conversation about having sex with the daughter and the mother at the same time, so quick to answer no. Like, you didn't even take any time to think about the question and think about maybe in the beginning, did this ever happen? Like, that's the time that you need to be thinking about the question you're being asked, and she didn't, showing that she's lying, in my opinion. Jen says, wait, you're right, because she was placed in the front seat, so how did nobody see that? Yeah, exactly. And mom of 3 boys says Jen never searched for her daughter. That's why I think she was involved. That's right. She stayed at home. She didn't go out and search anything. She actually took her sleep meds so she could go to sleep that night and get a good night's rest while her daughter's out here God knows where. You know? Like, again, how did you not know?
That. Is that going to surprise you? So if I'm in his Google Drive, if I have a sex crimes detective, a computer person look at his phone, and they tell me, hey, Kevin, I found a picture engaged in sexual activity or borderline sexual activity, is that going to surprise you?
Yes, because that doesn't exist.
Okay. At any time during the course of your relationship, has he expressed that he has ever had sex with a child?
No. Not a child, but when he told me when he was in high school, he graduated high school like later, like older than 18.
Okay.
He dated somebody younger than 18. I think she was 15. But I don't know how old he was, 19, 20. But he was an older kid in high school. He graduated late. But he had a really young girlfriend. Her name was Kendall. And I thought that was weird. I was like, that's a little too young. He goes, no, it's fine. We were in high school. Everything was normal. Her parents loved me. Blah, 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 blah. But that's the only one.
Have you ever gone through his phone?
Who?
Okay. If you had to, knowing Stefan, knowing where he lives, knowing where he goes, how he conducts his life, give me your top 5. Because I know you haven't thought about it. If you haven't thought about it, that's another weird thing I got. Since Monday, right? We told you on Wednesday that we think he did it.
Yeah.
So from Wednesday till
Yes, thank you, mom of 3 boys. Thank you for your comment, and thank you for being here. Mama Jenny's the best. She's on it.
today, it's about 48 hours.
She's on it like daggone it.
Give me your top 5 places you think are possibilities based on knowing him, based on knowing his path of travel. Where do you think? It doesn't have to be based on evidence, just in your gut. Give me your top 5 places where you think he.
In this area?
Doesn't have to be this area.
No, I know.
Anywhere you want.
I'm saying in this area, I have no idea. Orlando, Kissimmee, no idea where he could have taken her. But
his trip to Northport is weird as fuck. I feel like in Northport he knows more people. He has more friends. There could be a place and somewhere there he could have stashed her.
So again, showing more emotion about the fact that he traveled to Northport and where he could have went in Northport than she did about all the information we just talked about.
You guys said he went into a storage unit. That would be another place to look. But there's plenty of woods around his house. Around that exit is kind of secluded. Like,
When you say,
why is she bringing up woods and being secluded when we know that she doesn't know where Madeline is right now? She doesn't know where the body is, but she's bringing up the fact that there's woods and seclusion. Could it be that she's just trying to think of like where he would put a body? Possibly. But again, even at that, you're not showing any emotion. The body is your daughter, number one. But number two, why would you automatically start talking about woods and seclusion? Could it also be that you were trying to help him figure out a place to put the body and you said, oh, you need somewhere that's got lots of woods, lots of seclusion? Is that a possibility? I think so.
his house, you mean his parents' house?
His parents' house, yeah.
You've been there? Have you seen the property?
Yeah, I've been there before.
Do they have land? Or is it in like a neighborhood?
So it's not a neighborhood because they don't have HOA. You just buy the plot of land and build it. They don't have many neighbors.
Okay.
Or last I saw, I think there was a neighbor building right next door, but I don't know if they're done yet. I just feel like he had more. There would have been more spots in Northport for her to be dumped. Because from what you guys have told me, he went to St. Cloud, he went to 192. Could you guys tell where he turned?
For her to be dumped, talking about like a bag of trash, literally. You're using the term so many places for her to be dumped. Ma'am, you're talking about your daughter, your only daughter. And you're saying so many places for her to be dumped.
On any of these roads? It's just that he was on the main road? I didn't think he ever even knew where St. Cloud was because we've never driven down that way ever.
And you live in Kissimmee, right?
Yeah, I know, but to me, he's never had a reason to ever drive down to St. Cloud, like ever. There's no store or anything he goes to down there. Everything is in Kissimmee or Orlando by the mall.
Florida Mall?
Yeah.
Orlando Mall?
Yeah, Florida. I sent the last detective like 3 spots. I could have recalled him telling me he wanted to visit. Monday, when he left the house in the afternoon and got the flat tire, he had mentioned a few of those shops, so I sent them over to you guys. There's honestly nowhere I can think of. We've never gone to the only wooded area that we've ever gone together would be Shingle Creek Regional Park.
Again, why are you talking about wooded areas? If I didn't hear the detectives ask specifically about wooded areas, why are you talking about wooded areas? Especially when we know that her body was found in a wooded area.
Where the Pioneer Village is.
Okay.
That whole trail there, we had scooters, and he had like a electric skateboard kind of thing. We would all cruise. We would all cruise the creek, explore. We've taken a canoe up that creek before. Then the Kissimmee Trail. There's a trail that runs right behind my house that starts right behind my house and goes all the way to that bridge on John Young Parkway that says Kissimmee on it. That whole trail, we've done that as well. That's the only
I
places
just
I
can't.
could think that like he may have gone, because that's where I know I've gone with him before.
I can't get over the fact that she's talking about places where he could have dumped the child, the body of her only child. Like trying to, like, it's just another order at Starbucks.
But anywhere else, I have no idea.
So our ERT team, so emergency response team, is just a group of people who search areas. Doesn't have to be wooded, can be wooded, can be swampy. They've been out for 3 days. They're gonna be out all weekend.
So that right there tells me that they didn't bring up the fact that ask her about wooded areas, because they're saying it could be wooded, it might not be wooded, could be swampy areas. Like, but she brought up wooded areas. That is extremely suspicious to me.
They will eventually, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's in 2026. Okay. I don't think you want that to take too long. Right? I'm sure you'd like to have a funeral. I'm sure you'd like to have some kind of memorial service. The last thing you want is for us to call you in a year and say, hey, we found remains. We don't know. Okay. That may not be something you thought about till just now, but I can tell you, being someone who investigates homicide, that is something that everybody has to come think about eventually.
That French fry crap.
If you can think of anything that would assist us in making that happen for you today versus 2 years from now, regardless of why you know or how you know, we need it.
No, I know. If I knew anything, I would tell you right now. I promise. I want her back so bad. I don't want to think about planning a funeral.
What has your communication been like with his father since this?
I've limited contact over the last 2 days because I know too much and I don't want to tell them anything.
You don't want to tell them what we've told you, or you don't want to tell them what you know?
No, I don't want to tell them what you guys have told me. I don't want to share any. It's so difficult because I've known them for just as long as I've known Steph, and they feel like absolute shit right now. I know that they kind of got into a fight because Chris or are you sure we know our son? Are you sure we know our son? I don't think we know him at all. The mom was defending him, but now with everything, with the evidence on the phone coming out, they know. They know he's a piece of shit.
We've talked to his dad, and his dad knows as much as you know. He knows his son's a rapist. He knows his son's a murderer. He's talked to us. He's been very open with wanting to help in any way he can, whether that's technological, whether that's verbal.
Yeah, he even had. I was with him when he turned in his knife to you guys. He remembered he had a knife on him and gave it to you guys. I thought that was.
Have you talked to Chris about Stefan needing a lawyer?
Yeah.
When?
I think when you guys showed me the
the photos.
So we showed you photos of Stefan raping. And
No.
the first thought you had is to ask his father if he should get a lawyer?
No.
Exactly. Yes, the fuck it was. Yes, the fuck it was. Yes, it was. That's why you called and tried to get him a lawyer. And exactly. They showed her pictures of this monster raping her daughter. And her first thought was, get him a lawyer. There's no way she didn't know. And in my opinion, she knew and she condoned it if she wasn't involved in all the pictures and photos.
No. I saw a picture. I didn't see the rape. I didn't know she was getting raped until yesterday. I saw the picture of the oral sex happening. And I knew that was true, right? That's evidence. That's for real. That's fucking happening. But I kept thinking, they're going. I don't know why I can't tell you why my brain kept thinking, no, he didn't kill her. Not that he didn't kill her, but she's still missing. She's still out there. She was taken. Yes, he's done this to her, and that's not okay. But I swore she was still, I felt in my body she was still alive. She was still out there. I told Chris to get him a lawyer because I felt like you guys were chasing the wrong person. But you weren't. You're not.
We showed you a picture. The picture you saw, she was giving a blowjob to a grown-ass man, and you told his dad to get him a lawyer.
Exactly.
Missing, right? Now you.
Exactly.
But then you just thought she was missing, and we were showing you our investigative lead being raped. A blowjob is rape. Not consensual. Whether she wants to do it or not, that is not consensual. And you prioritized him again.
Exactly. Exactly. And poor Madeline, more than likely, experienced that every day of her life. Her mother prioritizing this monster over her and everything that he was doing to her over her daughter. Madeline is in this situation where her mother prioritizes this monster that is raping her and doing all these things to her over her. Jen said, I hope this makes sense. Jen says Stefan's trip to Northport is suspicious, but that would have had to be 2 days later in her car. So from what I understand, he took her car from the hotel and went to Northport. And supposedly she didn't know because she was asleep. Again, you're asleep again, taking medicine again. All these times you're taking medicine and asleep. Like, bitch, you ain't sleeping that much. I don't understand how you're sleeping when the night your daughter went missing anyway. Lord, I'd probably still be up a week later out of my motherfucking mind. And she says, no, girl, you were showing 2 days at this point. Yep. You were shown 2 days ago at this point. Yep. Exactly. And I said it in the other interview. If somebody showed me that one of my biological children, one of my bonus children, one of their friends was being raped, the motherfucker who did it is going to be lucky to be breathing. You would have to tase my ass because as soon as I saw that, as soon as you told me, I would have been up off that motherfucking couch and going down to that interrogation room wherever he's at. Somebody better bring this motherfucker to me right now. And then police better hope they're not lying to me because somebody's about to get real fucked up. I don't give a shit. Like I just said, I don't care if it's one of my children's or my bonus children, any of my children's. I don't care if it's their friend. I don't care if it's the neighbor up the road that they don't even like. I don't care if it's the bully at school. I don't give a shit. If you tell me and show me that a child is being hurt like that, somebody's getting fucked up. Period.
You prioritized him by offering him or telling his dad to get him a lawyer. Not, what the fuck did he do? Not, hey, we need to figure out what happened. No, let's protect Stefan.
I wasn't shocked.
No, that's not shock. That is your natural instinct to protect Stefan. Okay? And if that's naturally how you react, that's fine. But that goes into what I've been telling you this whole conversation is I don't believe a lot of the things you're saying, and I don't believe a lot of the things you say you weren't aware of. And that is because you've now shown me twice that your first reaction, no matter what you were told or shown, missing and we're seizing the cell phone, or we're showing you pictures of her giving him a blowjob, your first reaction is to protect Stefan. So now, ordered by Stefan, you're aware of this. You were shown pictures of this. You were shown pictures of her body in his car with a seatbelt on, right? We have played it out for you. Now you're in a stage where he's in jail. You know she's passed away, and now you can feel emotion, right? Until that point, when you were shown that she was deceased, your continued first reaction is to protect this guy. You just said, I only saw a picture of him, whatever your verbiage was, I say blowjob, of his penis in her mouth, and your first reaction was, fuck. Oh my, victimized? No. She's being abused? No. It's Stefan needs a lawyer. Who the fuck cares if we think he killed her? He's.
I don't know why. I don't know why I said that.
But that's the problem. You don't know why. So the reaction.
No emotion, no nothing. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I said that. And it's exactly like he said, bitch, you've just been shown that this monster is raping your daughter. And you get him a lawyer. Like, fuck a lawyer. He's about to get these motherfucking hands.
Action.
And feet and anything in the corner I can pick up. Better hope there's not a motherfucking brick or center block, because I'm grabbing that too.
In your mind is you are continuously protecting this guy. So why do I sit here and believe that you don't? Because right now you know Stefan killed her. You know Stefan's been raping her. You know without her body, can he be charged with murder?
Y'all, I'm new to this, and I'm so sorry. I did not provide a trigger warning. I do definitely want to provide a trigger warning. Thank you, Jen. See, she's like the best. That's why I love my mod.
I don't know.
Exactly. So you don't know what we can do. Do I think we can charge him with murder? It's not up to me. Should he be charged with murder? Yes.
Please.
Does your role in her life lead this to happen? I'll be honest. Yes.
I know.
Since she was a child, since her victimization started, it occurred under your roof and you acted like it didn't exist. And knowing the victimization, knowing how ongoing it is, knowing that you saw a picture of it, not just us telling you, not me and him saying, hey, listen, he's being, I think they had a bad relationship. They showed you a fucking picture of it. And you still protected him. So how am I supposed to not think that the thought process in your mind is until she's found, Stefan can't be charged with murder? Because we both now know that you don't want him to be charged with murder because you want him to have a lawyer.
No, I don't.
The blowjob.
That was then.
He can't be charged with murder.
That was then. Everything that you guys have shown me since then and have showed me that he's.
So we had to show you a picture of her dead in the car for you to finally not take his side?
And that's not true. You took his side over the fact that he's raping your daughter, and you've been shown the picture of him raping your daughter, and you still go and get him a lawyer. And again, yeah, if he's convicted of murder, you're going to be more concerned about getting him a fucking lawyer than the fact that he murdered your child. Bitch.
Enough. Do you not see where I'm coming from? Like, I'm not trying to be a dick here.
No,
but it makes absolutely no sense that your name is Stefan.
I don't know.
Better man than me.
Where does your mind go? Stefan. There should have been no doubt in your mind when they showed you that picture of what he was doing to you, that you had any care in the world other than I want that motherfucker to die.
Exactly.
Whether you believe in the death penalty or not, he protected him. So now we're talking about her disappearance and where her body is. Why do I believe that you're still not protecting him? Because you say so? Because you can't explain why you protect him. You can't explain what is inside of you that makes you protect Stefan. And you may never be able to explain it. But eventually we're going to have to figure.
I think it's because you already knew and you already know. And now you're trying to protect the only person you have left. Because at the end of the day, What meant more to you was Stefan. His concerns, his wants, his needs, not your daughter's.
Figure it out because you haven't convinced me that you're still not protecting Stefan. I got all these people out here searching. I haven't seen my own kid in days because I'm looking. I truthfully believe that I can't go home and see my kid is because you're protecting. I can't go your people sitting in the woods just waiting for me to tell them where to go, but I can't because I think you're.
And he's saying it's blocking it out, but he's saying basically, I can't go home, be with my family, see my child, hug my child after looking at what was happening to this child here at work. Just give my child an extra hug and an extra kiss and an extra, tuck into bed at night because I'm out here looking for your child and you don't even give a shit enough about her to tell me any information. You're protecting Stefan from possible murder charges. You doing that and not telling us the information that we need to find your daughter, who you obviously didn't give two shits about, is keeping me from my family and seeing my child and giving my child an extra hug and a kiss and making sure my child is all right. And trying to diffuse and process all of this shit that you have put on me by what you were allowing your daughter to do. All the pictures I've had to see, all the videos I've had to see. You're keeping me from being able to process that by not telling us what's going on. And on top of it, trying to get him a lawyer so he's protected if he speaks to us. Never mind your daughter, you just threw out like trash.
In trouble.
I don't care about him. I want him to go to jail. I want the worst thing possible to happen to him in jail. I know what happens to predators in jail. Like, I'm ready for that. Like, please.
Bitch, no, you're not. Because if you were, you wouldn't be getting him a fucking lawyer.
I don't give a fuck about him. I'm not protecting him.
But you knew he was a predator when you got shot.
And we see her reaction right now and know that that's a blatant fucking lie. We know for 100% fact she's lying right now, and we can study her reaction because we know that if she really felt that way, she wouldn't have been trying to get him a lawyer. We have already solidified this lie that she is telling us, and we need to pay attention to her reaction.
Shown the picture, and then you text his dad that he needs a lawyer. You hope that he invoked, was the words I was told.
What?
You hope that he didn't talk to us. He needs a lawyer.
No.
All over a picture. You didn't care. You didn't care then. Oh, whether sex isn't important to you, that wasn't anything close.
I knew what I saw was
He was
terrible.
a predator right then and there. That's the day you found out he was a predator.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. I knew she started. I knew. And she saved it. I knew what it was bad. No, I think you knew what was going on inside your fucking household. And I question if it was going on in your bed with you in it as well.
And after you found out he was a predator, did you not say he needed a lawyer? So why today, Friday at almost 3 o'clock, 5 days into the disappearance, 2 days since you probably found out, or 1 day since you found out she was murdered, do I believe you that you're not telling me where he went, or that he didn't disclose to you where she was, or what caused this to happen? Is listen, I know you know I've been doing whatever, or listen, this fucking happened. How do I believe that that didn't happen when everything you've shown me is protect Stefan? Now, once have you shown priority in this conversation, in this investigation? You're coming here looking for her. You reported her missing. Trouble for not doing that. But outside of you reporting her missing, and I may be wrong, I haven't been involved in all aspects of it, but you have not shown me one bit that you prioritize her over him. And that sucks. Not because we're working our asses off for your family, not because we have people out there sweating their asses off for your family, but because I feel like all I care about is your care is to make sure Stefan doesn't get held fucking accountable.
Well, I don't care anymore.
Anymore. Because we're being assholes, because I'm not being nice.
No.
But up
Exactly. And he just stated that he cares more about Madeline than she does. And it's not even his child.
Until Thursday, it was okay that she gave him a blowjob. No big deal. Get a lawyer.
No, it wasn't.
Exactly.
Okay. I was honestly, I saw that and I was in shock. And I don't know why my first reaction was to tell him to get a lawyer, but
you're not in shock. You're not in shock enough to not call. You're so in shock that you have the presence of mind to call somebody and try to get him a lawyer. That's not shock. That's knowledge of what was happening, in my opinion.
But I saw that and I was in shock and I was just like, I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe.
It's easy to believe it now. We showed you pictures of it. You can't deny it anymore. The sex was okay. The murder's not. At least that makes sense.
Good morning, Abelis. I believe that's your name. Good morning. Thank you for being here and thank you for your comment. I do want to again put out this trigger warning. I need to work on that. I'm new to all this. So I do want to provide a strong trigger warning for what we're watching. Thank you again, Abelis, for being here and for commenting. I do appreciate it.
That's okay.
I want to know what it is. And not because
And thank you to everybody else who's here. And if you're watching on the replay, thank you as well.
I think you're a bad parent. I think you're a bad dead or alive, she's missing. Her body is out there. Her body needs to be recovered so she can have a proper burial, a proper funeral. She needs to be laid to rest.
I think he just said, I don't think you're a bad parent. I think you're a bad person. I'm going to back it up just a little bit so we can hear that again. I hope he did say that to her because she deserves it. We'll go right here.
And I don't know why my first reaction was to tell him to get a lawyer, but I saw that and I was in shock and I was just like, I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe.
It's easy to believe it now. We showed you pictures of it. You can't deny it anymore. The sex was okay. The murder's not. At least that makes sense.
That's okay.
I want to know what it is. And not because I think you're a bad parent, not because I think you're a bad person. Dead or alive, she's missing. Her body is out there. Her body needs to be recovered so she can have a proper burial, a proper funeral. She needs to be laid to rest. Your family needs to be able to mourn her, and we need that information. That is life. That is not life of the law. That's not life of the sheriff's office. That is common decency. That is what she deserves. That is what you deserve. That is what your family deserves. But the longer that happens, the longer it takes us to find her, the less likely that's going to be for you guys. And I'm sorry if I'm wrong. I truly am. But deep down, you haven't shown me that I am.
I don't know.
He's a seasoned detective. He knows he's not wrong.
I need to show you.
Prioritize her over Stephen. Think of places he would have dumped her body. Think of places he went, things you talked about, things you've discussed, whether it's this week, last week. Don't put it in your mind that he's been victimizing you, or don't put in your mind that I'm being a dick.
Thank you, Abelis, for thanking me for thanking us and our hard work. And she says hello and thank you to Jenny. Yes, thank you, Jenny. Jenny helps me out so much with all of this. I really don't know what I would do without her. And thank you for saying thank you again. Thank you, Abelis, for being here, and thank you for bringing up Jen too. She's amazing.
What can I think about to find out where Stefan put her? You know more about where he goes, what he's doing, or what he would do than you want to realize. That's natural, not because I'm telling you, but because that's natural. I have best friends. I know more about them than I think I know about them. I just need to sit down and think about it.
And again, I got to bring up the fact that she's referencing woods and secluded areas, but supposedly doesn't know. And we know that Madeline's body ends up being found in a secluded area in the woods. How did you know that?
So I need you to sit down and think about it. Whether you need a minute, we're not in this room, whether you want to do it with us in this room, we need to leave here with an idea of where we can go look for. That is one thing we can agree on.
I've sent you a list of the stores that he may have stopped at and didn't stop at. The only outdoorsy places I can think of that we've ever gone to that he would know about would be Shingle Creek or Kissimmee Trail. I don't know if he knows where Lake Toho is, but that could be another option.
Because you think it's a wooded area, because it's a place you guys have talked about together.
Because it's a wooded area with a lake with gators. Like, we haven't discussed anything. This topic I never asked.
So you're bringing up the fact that this lake is a wooded area with gators. You're again talking about your daughter, and in your mind you're playing through the fact that he's looking for a place with gators to drop the body of your only daughter so the gators can eat the body. That was her thought process in that moment. And no emotion, no nothing. What the fuck?
Asked him if he directly. I never thought he could have. I always assumed the best in him. But I didn't ask him directly. I didn't even suspect that until you guys showed me that picture upstairs. We're here. I don't know. I'm just thinking of, if I name places, it's going to be wooded areas that I can think of, but he hasn't told me anything. Like, he has not told me, or we haven't discussed.
So him going to 192 that day, all you know is that he went to 192.
He said he wanted to visit House Card Rules. That was one of he named 3 stores, and that's one store I can remember him listing on that list.
House Card Rules?
Yeah, I don't have my phone.
We'll get your phone a little bit. House Card Rules. What kind of store is that?
I don't know if that's like a video game or card game or board top game store.
But that's on 192.
Close to one, I think close to 182 somewhere.
And he said he wanted to go to 3 stores.
Yeah. But he did tell me that I just don't remember which one.
Are there woods in that area? Are you familiar with 192?
No, not where these stores are. I have no idea.
Other than you came up with wooded areas that you know of.
Yeah.
You came up with wooded areas that you think he could dump a body in.
Because I've been there with him, yeah.
I need to know wooded areas where he travels. Right? You're saying we've been there, so she could be there. So that tells me she's not there. It tells me it's a waste of the search. Okay. Because when I put 90 plus people there, that's all day. Right? We got to coordinate that. We got to put them there. So we need fruitful searches.
Yeah.
So I need likely places that you think, and I need places you think based off of conversations with him, not because you can picture in your mind that there's trees there.
Okay. There's no conversation I can think of where he's named interest in being anywhere near woods or it being along his way.
Said he got
this is going to be a long stream. I do want to finish this interview today, and then I'm going to do my best to work on getting all the audio files I have of where the police are going around and talking to everybody. I've went over some in previous lives, but I'm going to try to get all of them together and do some kind of overlay and background for us to look at while we listen to some of those tomorrow.
You got a flat tire. Tell me about the flat tire you got.
So he said he got a flat tire. I'm not sure when he got a flat tire, but he said he got a flat tire and then came directly home, and he got home around 2:40. So flat tire, he said he was driving down 192 and it just popped and shredded and fell apart. And he pulled over into a plaza and changed the tire for the first time in a very long time, and said he hurt himself doing it. The frame of the car, something came down on his finger.
All his lies, I don't care, but I want to know what you question him about. Why was he there? What was he doing? You know where you're the most trusting woman in the world. You just don't ask clarifying questions. I know no relationship I've ever been in is that trusting. He just tells you he's gone at 3 a.m, getting a fucking Wawa, and you're like, ah, whatever, bet. Same thing with this. It's like, oh, I got a flat tire, was here. Why is he at these places? Do you not question him? Why were you on 192? Why did you dip out at 3 a.m. with my car?
I didn't know he
This
did that.
is 2 times he went to 192. He went to 192 the day she disappeared, right? He's roaming, looking for her south of where she went missing, because supposedly she went missing. And 192 is south of where that is.
And
not very likely that that's the route she went on foot or abducted, and that him driving around is somehow going to locate her.
And he did tell. I did question that. I was like, when I asked him where he searched and he said 182, I said, why? That's nowhere where she would be. And he didn't give me a clear answer, and I don't know why I didn't push it. I just thought he was being stupid and oblivious, because I don't see him as the smartest man. Like, I don't. I let him do what he does, but I don't trust a lot of his. Is the word judgment? I'm not sure, but I just don't trust that he makes the smartest decisions sometimes. Like, he likes to act like the smartest man in the room, but I don't think he is.
Do what he does. Meaning?
I'm sorry?
You said, I let him do what he does.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
If he wants to just get up and go to the store, I'll ask where you're going, but I won't stop him. Just let him go on his way. I'll let him do what he wants to do.
What do you think happened? Monday to now. You know she's deceased. We showed you pictures that she's deceased. We know that she was probably deceased Sunday into Monday. You didn't see her Monday morning.
I still don't want to believe she's deceased. I know you showed me pictures, but
for the purpose of this conversation, I need you to believe it, because I need you to figure it out. I need you to tell me what you think happened to her.
So again, as she's saying, I still don't want to believe she's deceased, even though you've been hit with the pictures and all the evidence, because it's easier for you to claim, I don't want to process it. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to believe it. I'm in shock. So you can explain your emotions not being there and not having any emotions about the fact that that's your daughter they're talking about, and all the shit that's been going on and happening to this poor baby for so long.
I think he killed her that night.
How?
I don't know. Could it probably be possible that he drugged her? Could he have choked her? I just don't know how you kill someone and don't.
Whoa. She just said, I'll play it again, but she just said, I think he killed her that night. Could it be possible that he drugged her and choked her? And again, that is exactly what happened. Why would you say that? Could it be possible if he drugged her and choked her? Did you know that she was giving drugs, that he was giving her drugs? Did you know that she had been choked or strangled and that's her cause of death? Why would you go to that unless you knew, especially the two in combination? Could he have drugged her and could he have choked her? They don't know where the body's at. They don't know her cause of death yet. But she just said it. Maddie's body hasn't been located. They don't know that she's been choked. They don't know that they find drugs in her system. Bitch, how the fuck did you know that? Unless you already knew. What? That is insane. Let's listen to that again. And again, I want to reiterate, they haven't found her body yet. They don't know that she's been drugged. They don't know that her cause of death was strangulation. Thank you, Jen. Jen says she was telling me about this a couple of days ago. I stopped the interview that day and I didn't listen to the rest of it. I've got to start listening to these interviews, but I try to do it with you guys on here so you can get my full reaction.
You said, I let him do what he does.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
If he wants to just get up and go to the store, I'll ask where you're going, but I won't stop him. Just let him go on his way. I'll let him do what he wants to do.
What do you think happened? Monday to now. You know she's deceased. We showed you pictures that she's deceased. We know that she was probably deceased Sunday and Monday. We didn't see her Monday morning.
I still don't want to believe she's deceased. I know I know you showed me pictures, but
for
like.
the purpose of this conversation, I need you to believe it because I need you to figure it out. I need you to tell me what you think happened to her.
I think he killed her that night.
How?
I don't know. Could it probably be possible that he drugged her? Could he have choked her? I just don't know how you kill someone and don't leave a mess or don't leave evidence, or I mean, was there a mess? Was there evidence? I haven't gone upstairs. I don't know what you guys.
And again, I'm going to bring up the fact what my mom just said. She just said, I don't know. She's trying to explain how she knew why she's saying, did he drug her? Did he choke her? Even though they haven't found the body and she's not supposed to know that information yet. And she's saying, well, I'm just saying that because there was no mess. And then she tries to catch herself again real quick. Well, I don't know if there was a mess. Have you guys found a mess up there? But if you didn't go upstairs, why are you going again to, because there was no mess, she could have possibly been choked. And again, where's the drugging come in? This bitch just said, could he have drugged her? Could he have choked her? Body hasn't been found. Autopsy hasn't been done. We don't know that she was drugged and choked, which is what happened. And then says, I'm saying that because there was no mess upstairs. Or wait, I don't could there have been a mess upstairs? I don't know. You guys did forensics. How did you but you didn't go upstairs. So how do you know there was no mess upstairs? She knows. She knows that Madeline's dead. She knows where the body's at, and she is bullshitting the shit out of them, and that's why she was getting Stefan a lawyer. And I have to question when we listen to Stefan's parents' interview where his mom says she had a dream. She claims to be Irish and says that she has dreams that sometimes come true, and she states that in her dream, Jennifer walked upstairs and found Stefan and Madeline nude in the bed, flipped out, choked Madeline because we know that she cared much more about Stefan than she did about Madeline, and then freaked out. And Stefan is taking the fall for it. And the reason he's taking the fall for it is because he feels remorse and guilt about what he had been doing to Madeline for so many years. So he takes the fall for it because Jen's like, this is your fault. This is your fault. You were doing this to her. You made me snap. You made me choke her. You made me kill her. You need to clean it up. You need to fix it. It would explain, number one, how she knows all this. Number two, how he got out of the house carrying a limp, deceased body first thing in the morning with nobody knowing. There's no way he carried her through that house from upstairs and nobody in that house saw. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. That's my thought and opinion on that. Again, the thing at the bottom says, this is my opinion. This is all speculation. I want to reiterate that.
I barely went into the house today, so I don't know what.
I need to know what you think happened.
I think he killed her.
How? You mentioned drugged her, you mentioned other things. Explain your reasoning behind those assumptions and we'll move forward day by day.
So he had access to benzos and I think Lunesta.
What are those? I'm not familiar with that.
Benzodiazepines are anxiety medications which relax you and can make you sleepy.
Okay.
And Lunesta, I think, is a sleeping medication, like for insomnia. So I don't know if it's possible he gave her something and she was drugged. In those photos that you showed me where you're saying she's dead, maybe she was drugged. But if she is dead and it was done upstairs, I could just only imagine that he choked her. I don't know how else you would kill someone and not leave a mess.
How do you think he got her out?
I have no idea because roommates come in and out of the house at any given point in the morning and we don't know their schedules. They can come in at any time.
And again, reiterating the fact that she didn't go upstairs supposedly. So how do you know that there's not a mess up there? And I have to question this. Did you say, I don't know what we're going to do. How are we going to get her body outside? Because the roommates could come in at any time. They could come in and out at any time.
You guys showed me a picture, I think, of him or her in the car at 7:30 in the morning. My roommate left the house. She's the one who leaves the earliest. She left at 7:45. So like, what if he had waited a little longer? She would have caught him with like carrying a body out of the house. How did he do that without being caught or seen? That's what I don't understand, because like,
With your
did you
help,
guys check and see if any of
in my opinion.
my neighbors have ring cameras? Any? Nothing?
I don't know what data we've gotten from them, but at this point, I need to know what you think happened to her. I don't need you to ask us what we found.
Okay.
What we found has happened. I need you to come up in your words, in your mind, what do you think happened that night into Monday, because we do not know. I don't know if her murder occurred Sunday or Monday. All we know is that when you went to bed, they went to bed together, and she's no longer here.
But Jennifer knows that it occurred at that night, not that Monday morning, and that she was drugged and that she was choked. How do you know that? And the police, she's trying to find out what the police have figured out yet. That's why she asked that question. What do you know? Or, what do you guys have? Because she wants to know what they already know, so she doesn't speak too much and tell too much. She doesn't want to give away too many details like she already has, proven that she already knew what happened, in my opinion. I don't know how else anything else makes sense. You're asking the police what they know and to tell you what they know. And of course they're not going to. His reply was, I'm not going to tell you what we know. She wants to make sure that she's not giving away too much information, that she's not going to basically snitch herself out, even though she already has.
So I need to know what you think happened to her, how he got her out of the house, where he went, how he got her in the car, what is your thought on what happened.
And my mom Jenny's right again, because she's on point. She said, didn't she just say they don't know the roommate's schedule, yet she knows what time her roommate leaves? Exactly. They know that the roommate leaves at around 7:40 in the morning because she has a little boy to take him to school. And that's probably why they left so early. I just thought about that because in that one interview we hear where we reviewed the immunity deal, they talk about the roommate leaving between 7:30 and 7:45 in the morning to take the little boy to school. And that's when he left with Maddie to go, because supposedly he was going to get her McDonald's. Could it have been because that's when the roommate left and they know that they've got that time frame to get her out of the house without the roommate being there and seeing? Is that possible? I think so. I'll have to find that clip where it stated the roommate says, or she says, that the roommate leaves between 7:30 and 7:45 in the morning, and that's when he left with Madeline. That's going to be important too. That's another factor that tells me that she already knew, because it was so weird for him to leave that early that morning. That's why he did it, because the roommate was gone. That was the only opportunity they had to get out of the house with Madeline over his shoulder, deceased.
I think she was killed Sunday night into Monday morning.
And that's a fact.
I'm thinking he carried her out of the house. I don't know how he didn't get caught by any of my roommates or no one heard. You're saying he drove all around town. I'm not sure where he could have gone.
And then him coming home and leaving and coming home and leaving, what do you think? Knowing that he killed her. If you
That's
had to make,
suspicious
if
as
you were,
fuck.
it is suspicious as fuck. But if you're writing a book, what do you write? Let's say this is a fiction novel, right? You're now aware that he killed her, so now you can piece together a story of what happened, right? You don't know the story because you're not him, and you tell me he hasn't told you, so it's not real. So you're telling me what you think.
Yeah.
Right? We know he killed her. We know he drove out of there Monday morning. We know he discarded her backpack in the trash dumpster. We know he discarded her laptop and one shoe. Right? So all her property was discarded to look like she's gone. That way he doesn't have evidence with her. They leave. You've been told that they drove around Orange County, Osceola County, wherever it was. We've pieced that together throughout the week. All right?
Lord have mercy, I'm just talking away. Let me do that again. My roommate here, Lord help me. My mod here said the second roommate was up around 10 a.m. in the kitchen and cooking or doing whatever in the kitchen. And she noticed that Stephen was going back and forth washing clothes. I haven't seen that yet. I'm going to have to check that out. That's interesting. And then Abellis here said that depending on when he killed her, she may have started being in rigor mortis. Poor child. It's heartbreaking. And it is. It is. It's sad to think of. And they still disposed of her like garbage because I feel like that's how she was treated. And I've said before, and I'll say it again, if I hope that Madeline knows how beautiful and how special she was, and that even though it's in death and everybody knows what happened to her, at least the whole nation, if not the whole world, knows her name, how beautiful she was, and all the horrors that she suffered, and that she's not suffering anymore, and that her suffering on this earth is done. I hope that she knows how beautiful she really was, because she was so pretty, so beautiful.
Right? He's told you where, at least in his version of where he was and what he was doing, right? But then you have all these suspicious times of when he's left and come back and he's gone here and gone there. So what do you think he was doing on all these suspicious times? He's roaming 192. What do you think? Knowing what you know now we can play. You know she's dead. You know that we've given you information. What do you think, knowing what you know, he was doing on 192? He was doing here. He was doing here. He was doing in Northport. What do you think?
So him leaving early in the morning and driving around aimlessly somewhere. I feel like he stashed the body at that time. When he came back and then left again. But see, it's daytime. Like, how could you move a body or move something in daytime?
So we know again that he went to the parking garage because they caught him on camera and he stashed the body. He moved her body from the front seat passenger side to the trunk of the car. And then he came back or did something else during that time period, drove around, whatever, looking for a spot and dumped her after that. And she just stated, I feel like he stashed the body. And then, but how could you move a body during the daytime? But we know that's what happened. We know that that's what, bitch, how do you know? How do you know all this before the camera footage has been pulled and all the information has been released?
Time and not be seen. But like, I feel like he went back to check to make sure he did a good job, or
Change
to
the
move
tire,
the body again.
move the body again. We know that's what happened, bitch. How do you know that's what happened? How do you? And the body, right? The body. Like Abella said right here, the body. Jennifer can't say her name. Why? Was she jealous? That is a great point. Another good point. She's not. She's talking about the body. Ma'am, this is your daughter, your only biological child that you're talking about, and you're just referencing her to the body. And right here, you're saying you feel like he stashed the body, then he drove around or did something, then he disposed of the body. And that is exactly what happened. And she almost said he changed the tire. in between. And again, that's exactly what happened. They gave her limited immunity because they know she knows what happened and they're going to try to prosecute her later, in my opinion. I hope that's what they do. There's no freaking way. No.
But him leaving the house multiple times without his cell phone is sketchy as fuck. It's so suspicious.
Which is an intentional act. It's not accidental, so that can play.
Exactly, and I feel like you told him to leave the house without the cell phone so that nobody could track where you went. You noticed that he was leaving without his cell phone. Like, if you really had no idea and he left 2, 3, 4 times without his cell phone, why didn't you call the police? Because if my child's missing and my husband's leaving the house and not carrying his cell phone and shit and keeps going in and out and shit, I'm gonna look, I don't know. This motherfucker over here is acting crazy. He's done reset his phone. He keeps leaving and leaving his phone at the house. Like, I don't know what's going on, but y'all might want to check into that because I'm about to check into it, and I might catch a charge if I find out that he's done something to my child. But that's just me, not exactly rational person, but at least somewhat logical, in my opinion.
Play into what you think happened.
Yeah. Do you think phone being on the dresser?
It was intentional. Her cell records and her cell data from her cell phone show it is not common for her to leave her phone at home. It is common for her to go to school with her. Teenager leaves their phone at home. That's what they're attached to it.
She's left her phone home multiple
Her
times.
cell data shows that normally it goes with her, so that's intentional. You know it's intentional because he left his too.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it's an accident last Friday, this Monday, was not an accident.
Yeah.
So you think that he dumped her when he was driving around? You think that when he left, he went to check her body?
Possibly.
Okay.
Why would you go back out to 182 without your cell phone?
I don't disagree. So he goes out to 192. We think he may have checked where he dropped her, dumped her. He comes home. He tells you they're just roaming around aimlessly. Right?
Yeah.
So that's twice on 192 in one day because he went to look at the house of cards bullshit or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then
He comes home and tells you that the body's still there and they haven't found it and it's laying where it can be found, in my opinion.
To do the roaming to look for her on this random highway that he never goes to. Okay. We go into the next day and the next day. Think of the suspicious things he's done. Tell me what you think he's doing.
Him grabbing my phone and trying to log into his emails, that seems kind of suspicious. What was he trying to see?
To try to get rid of the contacts he has that he's selling and trading images of Madeline with, to let them know that the police have his phone, and although he's done a master reset, they could possibly find it, so that those people need to delete their accounts and wipe their hard drives, in my opinion. Because the reason I say that is because you're borrowing somebody else's phone to check your email. What email is that important that you need to check? The only thing I can come up with is the people you're trading child pornography images with and buying it from. You need to let them know and give them a heads up of what's going on so they can wipe their hard drives and basically disappear into the shadows, in my opinion.
What was he trying to do? The thing is, when he had my cell phone, now that I think back to it, he had something wrapped around it, so the phone was under a blanket, and he was like this. I tried looking at the screen at one point, and I could see an email.
And that was the cell phone we took from you today, or you gave us today.
Yeah.
Possibly looking at a photo or deleting an image.
Can you guys tell me if this is true? Because I recall a family member telling me something, like my sister. Was the last thing searched on it Amber Alert?
Her cell phone has Amber Alert searches in it, but I looked through her cell phone last night. I do believe that she may have been clicking on links for Amber Alerts that came through. I don't think she was actually searching them.
Okay.
They could have just been links she clicked on.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure if that was him Googling on her phone about Amber Alerts or if that was her.
That we will never know. He is not obviously cooperating.
Can you guys explain what happened yesterday?
Before that, I need you to continue filling your witness.
Yeah. Where are we at?
Suspicious utilization of your phone.
Of the phone, him disappearing multiple times, him disappearing to Northport. What the hell is he doing? That is suspicious. I mean, now that I know that that's where he went, that is suspicious as all fuck. Why did he go to a storage unit facility? What was he grabbing? What was he trying to dispose of? Or what was he trying to hide in the
I think that was when he placed the hard drive, where he placed the hard drive if he didn't destroy it. And Jenny Jen made this realization um, a couple of days ago. She had stated, and she's repeating herself now. She says, and like I said from the beginning, that's why Jen went over an hour early to pick Maddie up at school. Usually in these cases, they make sure they are seen. That's correct. And we were talking about, we wanted to know if it was actually normal for her to be there an hour early to pick Madeline up. Because if it's not, again, that's showing that she wants to make sure that she's at the front of the line so everybody at that school sees her and thinks that she didn't know anything and she's just there to pick Madeline up. Abella says she's being slimy too because she, in my opinion, pretends to speak against him, but at the same time, she defends him. Yep, that's right. She says, great point, Jenny. And Jenny says, so she can look like the top mom we are all supposed to believe she was to Maddie. Exactly. And we know that she's definitely not, because she's prioritizing everybody else over her child. Even the roommates, right? Because your own child doesn't even have her own room in that house.
That to me is suspicious.
Do you put more weight on that than 192?
192, no, because 192 would be something happened in Northport. There'd be no reason he would
Do you understand what I was asking with that phrase? Putting weight on it? Like, do you feel like it's more suspicious what he was doing in Northport versus 192?
I don't know which one's I don't know which one is more suspicious to me. They both 192 seems to me like the easiest place he could have dumped her or like figured out where to put her. Unless she was in my trunk the whole time and he went to Northport.
Why are you
your car?
Yeah.
Why are you saying that again? You're saying that unless she was in my trunk when he went to Northport. The dogs hit on her trunk for there being a body on it in there. It's in one of the interviews or articles. I will work on finding that to pull it up to provide the receipts for that. But the dogs hit on her trunk of her car for human remains. How, ma'am, how do you know that Madeline was in the trunk of any car, number one, and number two, in the trunk of your car? So this would have been after Stefan got the flat tire and was now driving her car because there was a donut on his car. Ma'am, how do you know that Madeline could have possibly been in the trunk of your car? Why wouldn't it be, well, if we're thinking logically here, well, maybe Stefan got a flat tire when he was trying to get rid of Madeline's body. Like, how do you know that he's actually got her in the trunk of your car? Again, showing that you knew.
Didn't you drive your car at some point? Didn't you guys sit in your car at some point?
I did. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I would have probably smelled something, but I didn't. So I'm just trying to think. I'm like, did he stash her body in Northport? No, I don't think so. He was probably hiding something or destroying something. So I guess 192 would probably be the most important. Right
Ma'am. Now she's just said in Northport, probably hiding something or destroying something, like the fucking hard drive? Possibly? Bitch. God, you are telling on yourself left and right.
Her being in your trunk is oddly specific.
The only reason I say that is because from what you guys have told me, he went directly from the hotel to Northport. I don't think he made any stops anywhere in Kissimmee or anything first and then went to Northport.
All we know is what we can piece together through accessible cameras and data. So his movements, his driving patterns, his actions, we can only 100% say what they are if they're on camera.
Okay.
So we can say he went to Northport because the car was in Northport. Where he stopped, where he went in between, that cannot be factual from us if we don't have a camera. It can just be an assumption, which is why I want your assumption, because you know him, I don't.
Yeah. If I fell asleep at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, at the hotel, what was that, Monday night? Tuesday night?
One,
I'm just trying to think, like, could he have had time to stop somewhere, wherever he stashed her, and then took her to Northport? I think he had time.
has he cleaned your car since he came back from Northport? Has he brought it to a car wash? Has he detailed it, paid somebody to come out?
No.
Because you, through your, we call it a fiction novel, you pieced together what you think happened based on a suspicious activity, and you ended with, you think he put her in your trunk and brought her to Northport.
Yeah.
I know I asked you to make assumptions, but now I want to know why. Why is that how we finished this?
And how is it that we find out later that that's exactly what happened, yet you already knew beforehand?
What is in your
Ma'am.
mind leading you to believe that is the ending of the story?
Because 192 seems like a really busy strip, and I can't think of anywhere immediately, like, other than going deep into St. Cloud, like passing St. Cloud, like going into Holapa or Harmony, that I could see some stashing the body somewhere around there. But Northport,
Why that area specifically? What makes you think that area specifically?
has so many wooded areas, and I feel like
Exactly. Out of all the places, that one's
he would be familiar with both areas. I just don't know him to ever drive down 182 super far down, like into St. Cloud. But I've known him to drive around all around Northport.
okay, so I'll give her that. If she knows he went to a place where it wasn't very common for him to be, maybe that's how she knew. But that still doesn't explain how she knew all the other shit that she knows that we find out later is true.
But see, I don't want to say anything and like lead you guys down to Northport to do a search and nothing's there. I'm just
We're gonna
thinking,
go everywhere.
You're searching woods right now, or she's not?
okay. I just want to be like, I know you guys are like looking at me for the details, but I'm like, I don't want to send you on a wild goose chase.
No, you don't want to tell on yourself because you know exactly what happened and you don't want to give away too many details and incriminate yourself, in my opinion.
You know him better than us. You gotta really think.
something I can think of.
Where did he take her?
I'm going blank. I have no idea.
I feel like you're becoming emotional right now. I feel like you want to tell us.
No, if I knew what to tell you, I would tell you. If I had the truth, I would tell you. I don't know anything.
Jennifer, where do you think he took her?
Jenny Jen says, my opinion is exactly what she wants. That's exactly what she wants to do. The detective mentioned earlier that she must think if there's no body, then Stephen won't be charged with murder. And I couldn't agree more. Jenny said she's going to have to change her name. And Abella said that, no, you're going to have to reclaim your name and cleanse it. Yeah, Jenny, I'll send you some white sage I have growing in the garden so you can smudge your name and reclaim it.
If I were him and I had to stash a body, but I would never do this. My mind would say to go to Lake Toho. There's a lot of woods there. There's a lot of gators. I don't want to think about it though.
You've been talking about it like it's what you ate for dinner last night.
No, I know. I just don't want to think about it getting eaten by gators.
Taking into account what she knew and all this information that she knows, I wonder if she told Stephen to take her to Lake Tahoe where the gators could get her, and Stephen was like, no, I'm not going to do that. Even though I've done all these things to her in her life, I love her and I want her to be buried. I don't want to think about her being eaten by gators. I wonder if something like that was a conversation in my speculation.
I don't know where she is.
Like I told you, there's going to come to a point where we will. Right? Volusia County Sheriff's Office just found somebody the other day that's been missing for a long time. People get found. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's not quick. I'm hoping this situation is today, tomorrow, Sunday, but we will find her. What you need to think about is when you find her, is there an opportunity or a chance that we are going to prove that you did not assist us to your full capability in this investigation? And if that is true, you need to think about the consequences of that. Consequences of hindering a murder investigation or a capital sexual battery investigation could be punishable up to probably the same charges, the same time in jail. I know you know that I don't believe what you're saying, and I know you know that I think you prioritize Stefan, but do you prioritize jail? You see what I'm saying? Like, if we come back and prove that you sat in this room and misled us, that you didn't lead us in the right direction, or that you assisted, or you acknowledged, or you knew,
Talking away again. And they knew, and they know that she knows.
warning from jail.
If I knew anything, I swear I would tell you.
You can tell she's lying.
We haven't discussed this. I had no suspicion of anything.
Like a child, like
he did not tell me.
When my kids get in trouble, if I call them out on a lie or something they did, they'll look down and kind of fidget with their hands and start talking real low in that mumbly voice. It's just like a child when you point them out for doing something wrong. These both, from the way they were treated and the way the parents talk about them, they're both grown ass children. They're children. no business taking care of another child. In my opinion, no business taking care of my pet Rock.
Any more details of where he went that day other than those shops that I had mentioned? I'm giving you my truth.
On any of the days that he came home after these suspicious outings, 192 trips, Northport trips, and everything else, did he change clothes? Did he come home and appear disheveled, sweaty, dirty?
At some point, he had to.
I don't believe he showered. He didn't bring that many changes of clothes with him, so I know he's repeated his outfit over and over. It's possible he could have come home all sweaty and disheveled after the supposed changing the tire thing, but I wasn't home to see that.
Okay.
But other than that, I didn't see him come home dirty or sweaty or anything like that.
Did he do anything he normally doesn't do within the house around you?
No. No. He was acting very normal, sitting on the computer chair, chatting away with me, talking about not resetting his phone, updating his phone.
Like, the phone reset would have been enough for me.
Did he carry tools in his car to change the tire, typically?
I think he said there was a tire iron in the car and the jack.
Did he bring it inside? Did he leave it in the car? After?
I think he left everything was in the car.
Did you ever go look at his car? To verify that he changed his tire?
I don't think I did.
Never dawned on you to go double check.
I don't think I did. You would know, ma'am, if you walked the fuck outside and looked. That long pause made me question, are you trying to figure out a way to skirt around this instead of saying that, oh, I was there when the flat tire happened and helped him change it? Oh, no, she wasn't. Okay, because we know she was in line at school during that time period. I have to question these things. It's freaking weird.
Except by the time he would have got back from the tire, you were gone, right?
Yeah.
What you told us?
Yeah.
And then she was reported missing.
Yeah.
During that time.
Yeah.
And it never dawned on you to be like, damn, did he really change his tire? Let me double check.
No. We got home really late that evening and I didn't even think of doing that.
This is part of our problem. You did so many things and you never questioned it.
I didn't suspect him.
How can we believe some of the stuff that you're telling us or believe that you don't know?
I don't know how to say. I mean, I guess I'm stupid and gullible and very trustworthy, but I didn't think he'd be the type to do anything like this. I didn't doubt.
But you knew he was vindictive. You described him as not trustworthy with his family. You described instances where you document where he was lying to his family, lying to you, lying to others.
Lying to his family, yes, but lying to me.
You discussed that he wasn't that good of a person. You had to it was with this family, you're not describing him in a positive light at all. So this trust, this caring, all this stuff makes no sense because regardless of the victimization, describe him as a good person. He's stealing from his parents, right?
But he never stole from me.
You guys have no money, but all he's doing is ordering things, right? He's buying himself things. He's not. You described him as a selfish thief. You even called it a robbery, that he robbed his parents. So you're trusting this dude who you're describing as untrustworthy.
But I thought he was.
What happened to her? Where did you that? I can't fathom that. I can't wrap my head around that.
I think I only asked him if he took her to school when I called him and told him to come to the office. I asked him, like, you dropped her off at school, right? Because she never made it. And he said, yeah. And I was like, she never made it. Where did you drop her off?
You guys sat in your car Tuesday night when I was out there. I was out there at least 4 hours. Just you two in that car.
Yeah.
You can't tell me you guys did not have any conversations about this. There's no way. A reasonable person would have been questioning him. You were the last person with her. What the hell happened this morning? You never did that in that car.
That's bullshit. You're blatantly lying. There's no way you sat in a car with 4 hours with anybody and didn't have a conversation. I can't sit in a car for 4 hours with my rabbit and not have a conversation. Abila said, oh yeah, with her, everything has to be checked. And not the type to do this. Has she looked at him? Exactly. Jen said 2 days prior to this interview, she in a frustrated tone asked the detectives if they saw a donut on the car because she never looked and never thought to look. Why? Because you already knew the answer to that question? I have to ask. Abila said he stole your daughter, you dumb tart. And I like that one. Abila said she lies like a sidewalk. I always say she lies like a rug. And Jen said this part. So this part's going to be important. I'm going to back it up just a smidge so we can hear it again. Working on a overlay real quick for us to look at when we get done with this. Let's see, we're at 224. I'll go to 223. Let's listen again.
I think I only asked him if he took her to school when I called him and told him to come to the office. I asked him, like, you dropped her off at school, right? Because she never made it. And he said, yeah. And I was like, she never made it. Where did you drop her off?
You guys sat in your car Tuesday night when I was out there. I was out there at least 4 hours. Just you two in that car.
Yeah.
You can't tell me you guys did not have any conversations about this. There's no way. A reasonable person would have been questioning him. You were the last person with her. What the hell happened this morning? You never did that in that car.
Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. A bullshit. Because I bet you didn't because you already fucking knew.
I remember being on my phone. He was on my phone for a little bit. I know I was medicated.
Oh, there's that excuse.
And I was just zoning out. I wasn't thinking anything of anything. I never asked him. Just asking him that one time to me was, if he took her to school, that was enough answer for me. I don't know. I just wanted to think. Not think the worst, I guess. I don't know. But I just didn't think he did anything. Now I know.
I'm gonna get that meme. I'm actually gonna look for it when we're done today, where that little boy in that car seat says "a bullshit," so I can play it.
But then I didn't. I was still believing everything he was telling me.
Juvenile robbery suspects utilize the excuse of I was high on bars,
Great
I
point.
took Xanax, I was blacked out. Right? Every juvenile robbery suspect you interview, I was in your words medicated, in their words high, incapacitated, drunk. It's an excuse to avoid admitting what happened. When you say you're medicated, I can't think of an amount of medication that will numb you so bad to numb the fact that the investigation is occurring right in front of your face, but you're missing. So being medicated is just an excuse to avoid answering why you didn't discuss with him what happened. It minimizes
Exactly.
your guys' interaction by saying you were not fully coherent. But there's a person I know who can sit in a car and watch a bunch of detectives and crime scene investigators and everybody else search her house, seize her house, and be so numb that that somehow is not ringing bells, is not overcoming the power of this little medication. There's no way. The human body will overcome that in a big situation. You didn't take enough medication to numb you of the reality of what was occurring.
I mean,
there's no way. Unless you were fully incapacitated, there's no way you were so numb that everything he described to you, everything I described to you was not in the forefront of your mind. You weren't numb. Just like these robbery kids weren't blacked out. They weren't high enough to not remember the robbery. They just don't want to talk about it.
no,
exactly.
It wasn't clicking. It didn't click to me. Like you guys telling me like it wasn't as obvious or this and that. I still believed the story he had told me, that when we were sitting in the car, I still fully believed everything he had told me. I didn't doubt him. I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy. I'm like, they're wasting time. The real suspect is out there. She's being sex trafficked. That was my biggest fear, is that she was being sex trafficked. I didn't think that she would actually be dead.
And again, how are you
But she thought
talking
enough to get him a lawyer.
so nonchalantly about sex trafficking on top of that? And again, you're so worried and concerned that you got him a fucking lawyer. Not looking for your daughter, not asking him questions about your daughter. You're getting him a fucking lawyer. Okay. Okay.
I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy.
At that point, from the jump, we've been trying to find her. That has been and will be our biggest priority.
Him getting arrested for victimizing her was an accident. No one discovered that she was a victim because we took his phone.
And I'm like so happy that happened, because if not, this would have continued to keep happening.
Well, it wouldn't have, because he killed her on Monday.
Talking about if she had been found. Found alive. There's no, I've asked this before, but there's no like map you guys can show me of like with a highlighted route of where he could have taken, to see if I could recognize anything or suspect anything.
I can pull up a map on my phone of the areas you described, and we can go through it.
Sure.
Said House of Cards?
No.
House
game rules.
House game rules. It's on Vine Street in Kissimmee.
By Oak Street.
That house game rules. Feel free to drag the map around as you please.
That's all of it. Oh my god.
And realistically, Florida has a lot of wetlands, so anything you see that's green may not necessarily be wooded, just maybe rural, but we're looking more for where you think based off of his route, not necessarily just like the green parts of the map.
Yeah. In the back of house, Big Wolves has access to the lake. That is the one shop I can remember him specifically naming that he was going to that Monday. He said House Gables. Did he make it there? I don't know. See, if we ever went down 192 together, it would typically be in this direction towards 535, towards Disney. That's why I find it really strange that you guys say St. Cloud, because I've never gone into St. Cloud with him before.
So you told me you have a friend in St. Cloud.
I do.
I don't know if he knows, but explain to him where she lives, who she is. Explain that relationship to him, because I don't think he's aware of it.
No.
Oh, okay. So one of my really good friends lives off of Old Canoe Creek Road, off Nolte.
Okay.
I don't know what neighborhood though. She's one of my really good friends. She's somebody I know that lives in St. Cloud. She's one of like two people I know that live in St. Cloud.
And again, I'm going to agree. This interview is her personal fishing expedition, and I agree with that 100%. She's trying to find out what they know. She wants to make sure she don't give them any more information than what they know. That's why she's trying to figure out and ask them what they know so she doesn't snitch on herself. Because again, the most important person in Jennifer's life is Jennifer, not Madeline. And the second is
She's
Stefan.
hung out with us, as in me and Stefan before. She's come over to hang out with me, and Stefan would be hanging out there too, so we would all kind of hang out together. But yeah, she's just a friend.
And you're 100% sure he's never been to her house?
Yes.
Do they have their own friendship? Or is it just that's your friend and the only time he ever talks to her or hangs out with her is with you?
Exactly. Just my friend. He would talk when she was around.
And you just told me about the second person in St. Cloud. Who is that?
Somebody I haven't seen in a long time. Her name is Courtney Brackman. She lives. Can you pull up the map?
Mm-hmm.
But he's never been over to her house either.
Search.
Jenny Jen says, Maddie was found in St. Cloud, and every time Jen says she hasn't gone to St. Cloud with Devin, it makes me think she definitely knows. Yeah, I do too, because she's trying to reiterate, I haven't been there, I haven't been there, I haven't been there. And she's saying it with conviction, trying to get people to believe her fucking lies.
She lives somewhere in this area. Over here. Around here. Lake Lizzie to me is familiar. I would go hiking there often.
There's a preserve there.
Yeah, a few years ago, we would go hiking all the time with my friend Courtney, the one who lives right by there.
With Stefan?
No, Stefan would never come.
Now, would you tell him you're going to Lake Lizzie Preserve?
I've mentioned it before, yeah, on the phone.
When we talked about St. Cloud and, he had asked for your top 5 places, why did this ever cross your mind?
Lake Lizzie?
Any of these places in St. Cloud that you're familiar with?
I mentioned them the first time St. Cloud was brought up. I mentioned my 2 friends that live there. And then, I don't know if I ever mentioned Lake Lizzie. Not sure.
Do you know if Lake Lizzie was special?
She did enjoy going out there.
Was she verbal about that? Like, did she make that known to you guys?
She always told me that if we were to go hiking out there, to let her know, because I've gone hiking without her. I want to go. But it's been a really long time since I've done a hike down Lake Lizzie with her.
Okay.
That's been at least 2 years. Yeah, those are the only places in St. Cloud that I would know, that I could think of, that he might be aware of, but
Especially your gut tells us no.
Lake Lizzie, probably not. Like, does he even remember what the name of Lake Lizzie is? Probably not. Is it okay if I look up past cardinals again?
Yes.
Or house rules, too.
Was he into video games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
World of Warcraft, into tabletop games like Dungeons and Dragons and Warhammer 40K, card games like Lorcana, which is a Disney card game. That's what he told me he was going to go do Monday. He was going to go look for Lorcana cards, and that's why he was going to go to House Rules Gaming. He was just going to make a few stops, and I said, why are you doing that? Why are you wasting time when we don't have money? Like, you don't have money to spend. He's like, oh, I'm just browsing. I just want to look. I want to see what they have available.
I wonder if she knew that he was selling the pictures, because she talks about being broke and things, and if she was thinking along the lines of like, well, they're in love, they're going to get married when she gets old enough, and he's taking pictures, if they want to do that kind of stuff, so be it. And if I can make money off of it, this much money, because I'm sure it was a lot of fucking money, then why not sell? I mean, I'm already exploiting my daughter to this extent. Why not sell pictures of what's going on and make money off of it? Because I'm broke and I'm on disability and I don't have enough money. So since this is going on already and he's already taking pictures, why not? Why not sell it? Why not make some money? I now again, that's me speculating. Please don't take that and run with it. I have no idea if that's what happens, but it sounds feasible to me. Because again, like Abella said, how is she so calm? My dog passed away on August 1st and I'm still a basket case. Her, she just chats. What a creep. Like, yeah, it's just another fucking order at Starbucks. Oh, that's a good question. Did she maybe take the pictures herself, Abellis? That's a great question. It would depend on the angle of the pictures. If they show it during the trial, we might know, because if they're like from far away, yeah, obviously somebody else was taking the pictures. I would have to assume that if that's what was going on, the cops would have said, there's somebody else taking pictures in this in this case, and we need to know who was taking pictures. Jen says, sorry to hear that, Abellis. I'm sorry too. I have a rabbit that is like my whole entire life. If something happened to him, I would be a basket case as well. I'm so sorry to hear that about your dog. That's horrible, and I hope that your dog rests in peace. Um, yeah, going back to the pictures, I would have to assume if somebody else was taking the pictures, the cops would have stated, there's somebody else taking these pictures and we need to know who that was.
That's all he said. Every time I did question him, he always had an answer. Do you guys know, like, up until when on 182 you guys found him, see him? Like, how far down?
We just know it's St. Cloud.
So I keep thinking, like, house game rules on 182. Okay, it's got some secluded stuff in the background, or in the back of it. But it's still 182. It's still really busy. It's all really busy till you pass St. Cloud. I can't think of anything. I need to see my phone.
So right now, I'm pretty sure you're still doing your film. I think. How'd you get here? You're driven here?
I was driven here, but my dad followed behind. I think you guys said my car might be ready.
We'll verify that in a moment. The investigation is still going.
Yeah.
Right, Stefan also is not in charge of murder. Right, just a
He's
sexual
not, or
battery.
he is?
He has not been.
Oh, okay.
He's just been charged with sexual battery. I have a couple questions for you that are going to be on record. They're going to be official. I need you to answer truthfully. Because if they determine that you did answer not truthfully, you can be held accountable for it. Make sense? Raise your right hand. Do you swear that everything we talked about today in this interview is true and correct?
Yes.
Did you lie to me or the detective at any time?
No.
Okay. Do you currently know, or have you ever been aware of where the body has been since Monday?
No.
Did you have any?
No.
Were you aware at any time, whether it be the most recent instance or the first instance, victimization sexually by Stefan? Okay. At this time, you do not know where Stefan went on 192?
These are all things that they can go back with and charge her with. That's why they're doing this right now, because they know that she's fucking lying, and she's lying under oath. They know she's fucking lying. So they're doing this to make sure they can go back and charge her with this shit. And I fucking hope they do. I really do.
You do not know where he went in Northport?
I do not.
And you have at no time this week in any conversations with Stefan where he disclosed what he did? Okay. The story that we talked about of what at one point we discussed that she could potentially have been in a trunk on the way to Northport.
Yeah.
Is that information you know to be true or an assumption?
An assumption.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us before we go check on the phone in the car? We may not be able to answer everything, but if you have questions, we can see if we can answer those questions. It's not your only opportunity. Your only opportunity phase was you saying you swear.
Yeah.
Lastly, the only opportunity, you obviously have numerous detectives' phone numbers, you have numerous agencies' phone numbers, things like that. So realistically, there will be other options for you to ask questions.
I don't think I have questions right now.
Okay. I don't want you to think I was purposely an asshole to you.
No, I know.
All
You're
right?
doing your job.
Like I told you, like the sheriff's probably reached out. You've been in communication with numerous people here. Those are my opinions and my opinions only. They don't reflect Sheriff Mina, the chief of PD, Kyle, any other detectives who talk to you. All right. I personally don't know. All right. We will be here all weekend. We will be here all night. My only hope is that you truthfully did not lie to us. You truthfully don't know where she was, and that you truthfully did not know what was happening to her.
I want to watch her reactions and see what she does for just a minute. And then I'm going to pull up where we were talking about the crest and things. I have made a photo where I'll put all that stuff together so we can look at the crest and the tattoo on his back and make a judgment. See, I'm thinking that she's wondering right now, did I say too much? Do they know that I know? Because she made it so blatantly obvious that she knew. She said things in that interview that are not going to be known until later in the afternoon. I guess that clock was wrong because it still says the exact same time. We got 10 minutes of it left. Since she's sitting there and that's all that's happening, I'm going to fast forward it. So we're going to see her moving like she never does because she's so blah all the time. But I like to see her reaction. She's in deep thought. I wonder if they knew. I wonder if I said too much. What am I going to do? How am I going to get Stefan out of this? And why are you trying to get Stefan out of this? Unless he's taking the fall for you. So you want to make him taking the fall as little as possible. So you're getting him an attorney. Bella says same. Jenny says she was driven there by officers, and that audio is also available too. Yeah, that's in some of my files. I'm going to try to pull that up and get it all together with overlays tomorrow. Look at her. And then Abella said same. She needs to think about all of this in a small cage. Yep. Abella says about my next dog, I have had 3 rescues over the last 25 years, but they were sadly damaged. I have severe chronic pain too, so I want a puppy that I can train. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, Abellis. I hope your pain gets better. And then she says she's not even crying after all of that discussion. I don't get it. I know we all react differently, but sheesh. Exactly. There's no way that knowing all that being told all the things that you were just told that you would have that reaction. Even the police are calling it out. Like you're so full of shit that your eyes are brown. think they just come in to turn the audio off. Oh, we're almost done now. Well, you're welcome. I hate that you had to get used to the pain, though. That sucks. I don't know if you've ever heard of doTERRA, but I take their supplements, and they have copaiba oil. doTERRA does ethically sourced oils that are not, they don't have any fillers or in them. It's just a straight oil, pure and natural. And they do a copaiba capsule, and copaiba comes from a tree in the Amazon, and it helps with pain. I take it. It helps with pain really good. Also, yarrow is a good thing for pain. That grows. That's a natural thing. You would want to make a tincture out of that, which is where you would set it in alcohol in like a dark cabinet for 30 days and just let that alcohol, like you need a strong alcohol like Everclear, let it pull all the goodness out of that.
So here's where we're at right now. Your car is obviously going to be released in.
Okay, let me back this up. The alcohol pulls all the good plant materials out of that, and then you would just take a couple drops under your tongue. I personally don't like tinctures. I don't like alcohol, because I can't deal with like Everclear and things. So I'll take some of the flower tops and I will eat it. Just swallow it down real quick, and it helps every time. I'm going to slow this down and play it for you. I'll show you how to spell copaiba. If you're interested in doTERRA, I can give you a link that'll get you 10% off. It is expensive, but like I had a friend give me some, and that's how I tried it, and it works. So like I try not to push it too much because it's like so expensive, but I stand by it. The adaptive capsules, which is for anxiety, I've never had anything work better for me for anxiety. And I've been prescribed Klonopin, Xanax, things like that. And the adaptive work better for me than anything I've ever had. Like after I took that adaptive capsule that she gave me for anxiety and stress, that was it for me. I was on it. I'll spell copaiba for you. If anybody's ever interested, let me know. I don't try not to push it because it is expensive, and it's something you would have to look into if you want to buy it. Let me make sure I have this on normal real quick. I do. All right, so we'll hear what the police have to say when they come in. I was like, what the crap? Hold on. My computer went crazy.
So here's where we're at right now. Your car is obviously going to be released to you. The Nissan. It requires us to do some paperwork because we did log it into our system. So now that it's in our system, we got to release it properly to you, which is no big deal. It'll take a couple minutes. Because of the high profile. All right, I know you said we can download your phone, and I do appreciate your cooperation with that. But because the same way we do with Stefan and every other phone and digital device we've seized, they're making us write a search warrant on it, which really doesn't affect you too much. The search warrant is a legal thing. It's not a you thing. It's not a trust thing. But with that, it takes a little bit longer.
Yeah.
All right, so I can release your car to you right now. We can go facilitate that downstairs. I cannot make you a promise that phone will be downloaded by the time your car's ready. What I can promise you is at the moment it is downloaded, if you have left from here, I will bring it to you. You're staying with your sister still? Does anybody have your sister's phone number that we can make sure we can communicate with you on?
Yeah. My dad is downstairs, I think, waiting for me, so I can give you my dad's number since he'll be
Whatever
with me.
phone numbers we can have, just to make sure that if we are unable to give you the phone back today, Well, tell my shit out there. That way, if we aren't able to give you the phone back, we at least are able to contact you. We want to make sure you have a phone to contact us if something arises. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, for sure.
What's Dad's number? What's his name?
My dad's name is
They're redacting that, not me.
and if you can't get a hold of him, you can take my sister's number. She's
Are you going to be going back to your condo? Or are you going to go to?
I don't think I'm returning to my house ever again. I want to. I want to be staying with my sister.
So what we'll do is we'll walk you out this back parking lot. If the car is in the back corner, so I'll walk with you. We'll go through the back, so we don't go through the front lobby. There wasn't press conference today. Obviously, none of us got to see what was said. I assume it's just an update. But we will go through the back to go get the car, and that way we are not walking through the front lobby making you wait out there. I don't know if there's still media present. I assume you're not in the state or mood to go walk past 32 news cameras. So we will go out the back and get the car, and I'll show you how you can leave here, and we can call your dad from the back so he can know where to go or where to meet you. You just tell him.
You shouldn't have to assume that she's not ready to walk past 6 news cameras. You should know. And the fact that you have to assume with her really bothers me.
Well, hey, she's gonna be in the back parking lot. You can drive around. You guys can follow each other out, or whatever you choose to do that way. All right.
All right. So that's the end of that. Now I'm going to pull up the family crest real quick, and where I have put it together so that we can see the comparison of his tattoo to the family crest. Now, this is like a rough draft I kind of just threw together real quick. I tried to get the best pictures of the crest so that we could see it. In my opinion, I think it's his family crest. I provided all 3 of the crest that I found, but I do believe that that's what that is. I mean, it looks like it to me. Y'all can let me know. I think it's this one with the bird sitting on top, because it looks like that's what that is right there. See, I thought this was a face, like those were the eyes, and that was like a handlebar mustache, and then this was a goatee. But looking at it, it's definitely the family crest. And I'm gonna have to make a video or a short putting this out so that you can see. I'm trying to grab this link real quick for her, so that you can see people, so that everybody can see, because that was in my comment section. I'm actually going to try to type this out real quick. But somebody in my comment section had mentioned that it looked like his family crest, and then somebody else said it was that sustanet thing. And I agreed more with the sustanet thing to begin with, but after talking to you guys, I do believe that it's definitely the crest. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry. I'm being quiet and not talking. I'm trying to pull up this thing. Okay. .doterra. .e. I'm almost done. Okay, https. Okay. So that's the link code. I don't know that you'll be able to click on it straight from the comments section. You might have to write it down or whatever to click on it. I swear by doTERRA, it has helped me. And my landlord, she was on like IV antibiotics all the time. She was in a wheelchair. She couldn't walk. She found out she had Lyme disease from like a really young age. And she had to be on antibiotics so much that they had an IV in her arm all the time. She had to have a nurse come to her house 3 times a week. She was in a wheelchair. She couldn't walk. And her daughter showed her doTERRA, and she started taking like the daily supplements, which I take them too, and they work. I can tell when I haven't taken them. And it changed her whole life. She walks around like normal now. What got me was the adaptive, because it, like I said, it worked better than Klonopin and Xanax has ever worked for me. But again, I don't want to push it. It is kind of expensive, but I was able to try it first and knew that it worked. That's why I take it. But again, I don't want to push it or anything, but you can get 10% off if you use my referral code. And if you want to email me, I can talk to you about it more. My email is allegedlyspeculating@gmail.com, or it should be on my page. I know I just put it in my community post. So, yeah, this is his family crest. Abella said it's the one with the 2 birds on top. Okay, so I might not have it here. This looks like a rope of some sort. And then this one has the like flames, it looks like, with the eagle, or this one has 1 bird on top. Oh, she said, no, you're right. It's the middle one. So this one with the bird on top. Yeah, no problem. She said, thank you so much. I do believe that's what that is. And I'm going to share it and make a short about it or whatever to show that that is correct. It's got to be his family crest. I mean, it's the exact same, especially these two beside each other right here. Definitely. So Bella says, that's amazing. That's good for her. And she says, as for the crest, saw another stern crest with 2 birds, but seeing this, it's definitely the darker orange middle one. Oh, Jenny, I see a doTERRA sponsorship one day. I don't know about that. I'm not, like I said, it's expensive, so I try not to push it. But I mean, the stories I've heard and actually witnessed for myself, and my story, I don't want to talk about my story with it. Maybe one day, but my story is very personal. As far as with using doTERRA and things. But yeah, it's definitely changed a lot of lives for the better. But again, that's something that I request before you buy anything that anybody's talking about, myself included. Please do your own research into it. But you can look up doTERRA online, and they show you how they work with people, where they get their products, their oils, how they're tested, scientifically tested, because a lot of these really expensive oils will have fillers in them and things. It's really interesting if you're into that kind of stuff to look at their YouTube and see what all they have going on. But anyway, back to this. I have to say that it's definitely the crest. I tried to get it from several different angles. But that's going to be it for me today. I do appreciate everybody who was here, everybody who stopped by. Definitely my mod Jenny Jen here. She is freaking amazing. And Abellis, it's been really sweet to talk to you. I really appreciate you joining the conversation. I am very terribly sorry to hear about your dog, and I'm glad that you got some other things going on with that. Anybody who was here and watched, I appreciate you being here more than you'll ever know. And anybody watching this on the replay, I can't tell you how grateful I am. I hope you all have the best day that you have ever had in your whole entire life. Bella says, thank you very much, both of us. And I appreciate you thanking Jenny as well. I know I say it all the time, but she is so amazing. I hope everybody has the best day they've ever had in their whole entire life. I'm going to work on getting all the audio files together so that we can go through those. And over the next couple of days, I'm going to work on getting those videos to be ready to be put out, and then putting together a timeline, a short video that's going to tell us the timeline and which videos to click on and watch in order. So I'm going to be busy working on that today. Let me check these. Jenny says it was a party with Abellas here, and Abellas said mods are awesome. They are. Jenny Jen has been with me from like day one, where I was just sitting here talking to myself. She was the first person that ever came in my chat, and I was like, you can subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. Please subscribe. Oh, it was funny. Yeah, I appreciate you guys again. And I'm going to work on that stuff today, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Have a wonderful day, and thank you again. Bye.
Hey, all work, no pleasure. I ain't here to make friends, big stepper. Hey, bad guy, Heath Ledger. Ready for wherever, I'll be front and center. Don't fly too close to the sun, your body chopped up by propellers. Came in arrogant, but left out in a stretcher. Fuck the comparison, y'all know y'all couldn't replicate it. Chilling in the desert, I'm good under pressure. Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found. This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles. From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down. That's the crown on me, wear it proud, show 'em what we found. Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found. So this a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles. From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down. That's the crown on me, wear it proud, fuck what they was talking about. All work, no pleasure. I ain't here to make friends, big stepper. Hey, bad guy, Heath Ledger. Ready for wherever, I'll be front and center. Quick to sever, however, whoever. Raining from above, we shooting down through your umbrella. Ay, getting fed up, nothing you could tell us. Snapping every shot I take, just wait till it develops. Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found. This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles. From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down. That's the crown on me, wear it proud, show 'em what we found. Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found. Said this a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles. From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down. That's the crown on me, wear it proud, fuck what they was talking about. Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found. From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down. Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found. Said this a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles. From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down. That's the crown.